Hey everybody, welcome to those of you that are starting to join. We'll get started here in another about 2 minutes or so. Give everybody else a moment to join and then get going. Thank you. I want to welcome everybody that's joining or continuing to join. We'll get started here in really probably about 30 seconds or so. Want to respect that everybody showed up on time, so give everybody another, like I said, 30 seconds or so, and then we'll go ahead and begin. All right, I think we'll go ahead and let's do the thing. So yeah, it's on time. Yeah, let's go ahead and get started here. And for those of you that are joining or haven't joined yet, the first few moments will be intro anyhow. So welcome everybody. Thank you for attending possibly the next 2 days with us. Let's do intros. So my name is Josh Broltheim. Let me turn on my camera. Quite a hair day thing going on here. Oh, yeah. But hello, I am Josh Broltheim. I am coming to you from the past. It is not Wednesday morning, but it is Tuesday afternoon where I am. So coming from the United States. And so we're going to be together for the next 2 days, like I said, maybe not fully, but certainly for a good chunk of it. And I'm going to be leading today and tomorrow's presentations. But I can't do it alone. I have some assistants. So I have Matt Gritt with us. Matt, you out there?
Hi.
Hey,
So yeah, hi, I'm Matt Gritt. I'm a senior solutions engineer for Sumo Logic, and I'm based in Wellington in New Zealand. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Thanks, Matt. And so Matt's going to be helping kind of not behind the scenes necessarily, but sort of. So any questions you have throughout today, go ahead and put them in the chat or the Q&A. Matt, do you have a preference of where people post them? Some people.
Yeah, put the questions in Q&A, but I can look at the chat as well. So
Good.
Wherever you want, really.
Cool. So so like Matt said, let's put the questions in the Q&A section. If there's more chat appropriate things, go ahead and put in the chat. He'll kind of keep an eye on both. Any questions he'll ask, he'll answer, you'll ask. And if it's anything appropriate for the larger group, we'll kind of, float it up to the top, if you will. So yeah, let's get going. I'm going to turn off my camera just to save a little bandwidth. It was getting a little chunky earlier. But away we go. So as we're starting to go here, so eager to get going. So over the next 2 days, we have 4 classes prepared for you. So pretty robust schedule. Today we're going to be doing, what are we doing? We're doing fundamentals today, and we're doing cloud security and analytics. So the first half of today will be focused on fundamentals, which is the basics of Sumo. Great for anybody that doesn't know Sumo or the basics of it. Even if you do, probably helpful review. And then, like I said, we'll come back in the second half of today and then do cloud security analytics. And then tomorrow we're going to do cloud SIM. So tomorrow is going to be about cloud SIM fundamentals and administration. So today, fundamentals and security analytics. So let's start with fundamentals because that's the first portion. So we're going to be together for a lot of hours today, but these classes are broken out into groups of 3 hours or structured into groups of 3 hours. And so here's a agenda. So for the fundamentals class, we're going to start now, start with an overview of Sumo Logic, a little demo as well. Then we're going to dive into some hands-on labs. So we're going to do labs together. You'll actually log in, we'll give you some credentials, and you'll tour or navigate the system with us. And we'll do some things like collecting data and searching and analyzing and talking about those various features. So that's going to comprise the first 2 hours of today's class. We'll take a break in probably an hour and a half, but the first 2 hours are comprised of labs, demos, slides, mostly that. The last hour, though, is set aside for an exam. So for today, you'll be taking an exam. Actually, you'll take 2 exams today. We'll talk about those exams in more structure a little bit later. Don't get too stressed about them. They're free. They're great opportunities for you, like I said, but we'll just talk about them in a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my presentation. And once again, any questions, go ahead and ask Matt in the chat or the Q&A chat for more chat-related chatting. Let's see. And if you want to join for the second half, that's cool. I think you just stay with us. I think it's the same room or Zoom link. So if you haven't formally signed up for the second half, I think you're sort of already signed up anyhow. So which I think was good. All right. If I'm just checking chat, any questions? Nope, we're good to go. So let's begin here. I'll go over all this stuff later. Actually, no, I shouldn't. You know what? Let me not rush through it. I apologize. Let me go through these because these are some bonuses to keep you enticed, if you will. So we want to reward you for today for attending. Certainly, knowledge is its own reward and all that good stuff, but we wanted to give you something tangible. So what we're going to do is, if you stick through today and take the exam and pass the exam, and remember we're actually taking 2 exams today, we'll give you a $15 Uber Eats gift card for each exam that you pass. So for today and tomorrow, you're going to be taking 4 exams. That's quite a lot of an Uber Eats vouchers. So certainly just an opportunity to thank you for your time and give you some swag without shipping you something. And so I'll remind you about the details on this later. Probably the most important thing we'll discuss later is how to get that credit for the Uber Eats. But another promotion we're having currently is our Sumo 6. We actually currently have 10 certifications. This was actually promotion came when we only had 6 of them. But what we did is we wanted to reward you for taking our certifications. And so if you take 6 of the certifications, we'll send you this nice backpack you see here. It's not a bad backpack, it's a nice one. This offer is good through for all of APAC, even though it says the United States in there somewhere. And I'll post that as well of how to kind of get the backpack. But just by attending today and tomorrow, you're 4/6, 2/3 of the way there to the backpack. So just so, like I said, some motivation, if you will. All right, but now let's go ahead and actually start today's session. I'm going to start with the demo. Actually, I'm going to skip. Yeah, let me just start with my demo. Let's just dive in here. Let's do this thing. So just give me a moment here to just kind of freshen my screens. And I'm going to need this one, and I'm going to need my Slack. All right. So let's begin demo time. Excuse me. All right. So what is our demo here? Well, today what we're going to do is introduce you to our sister company called Travelogic. And for today, Travelogic is a production environment. It's up and running, and it allows you and people to go ahead and book travel, book hotels, book rentals, holidays, all that kind of stuff. Maybe we're not using it as much as we did a few years ago, but in our story here, Travelogic is up and running, production, we're making money. Every airfare or hotel room, we get X percentage, and things are going pretty good. Well, and that's this is my employer, this is what I do. I'm here to support Travelogic. And here's the interface, just the basic understanding. You put your city, like I said, we know how to use sites like this. Well, imagine I get a Slack message from the system. And what the Slack message says is Sumo Logic Alert Gateway Response Time Outlier. Now, hopefully I know what a gateway response time outlier means because Sumo Logic is alerting me about it. But even if I don't know, the system is letting me know that something related to the gateway response time is weird. Outlier, well, weird is certainly we'll get into more definition of what outlier does, but it observes behavior and finds things that are abnormal or weird. And so the system is letting me know something weird has happened. And at the same time, my manager calls me up and she says, "Hey, Josh, I hear people are having problems checking out of the Travelogic website." Well, if they can't check out, that means they can't book their hotel, they can't book their car. It's a bad customer service experience. It's a bad business experience because we're not getting the revenue, and this is not good. And so my job now is to take this Slack message I have referencing something about a gateway time response outlier, and taking this essentially secondhand information from my manager who's saying people can't check out, and figure out what has gone wrong and how to resolve that. Now, how am I going to do that with Sumo Logic? Well, that's what I'm about to show you. So let's take a look. What I have here, whoop, not there, here, where is it? Oh, here it is, sorry, is a dashboard that I or somebody in my organization has created. What this is showing us is Travelogic information and operational overview. These are operational services or things going on or not going on in our environment. And so I or somebody has created this simple dashboard. Ideally, I know what this dashboard is representing if it's my job to look at this thing, but even if I don't, and what it is showing me is things like reporting nodes, load balancer response times, checkout services, and we're going to use that in a moment, database issues, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, hopefully I know what these things are, but even if I don't, I or somebody in my organization has created a very simple color scheme, excuse me. Red is bad and green is good. If this dashboard was all green, then everything is probably up and running and good. If things are red, this is probably an indication that something's not quite right. And what I see here is in just about the middle of the screen in red is my checkout service. And so what the system is looking at is the checkout service for the last 60 minutes. And what it's finding is 3,000 errors related to the checkout service over the last 60 minutes. Well, over the last 60 minutes, I know people can't check out. And now I have some, not necessarily some proof yet, but I guess you could say proof, that there are some errors related to the checkout service. Now, I don't know what's causing them. I don't know how to fix them yet because I don't know what's causing them. I don't know if they're affecting internal, external. I just know that there's errors being produced. And that's significant to me, or interesting to me at least. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill into those errors. I want to look deeper into those checkout service, see if I can see those errors and maybe understand what's going on or not going on. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to just drill into this dashboard. So I'm basically going from one dashboard to another dashboard. Now this dashboard I or somebody in my organization created for me as well. And what it's showing me are primarily metrics. Today's focus is logs, but primarily metrics related to different things going on or not going on within my environment. For this, for the entire demo today, my time zone is still in US Pacific time zone. So it's still about 1:30, 2 o'clock for me in the afternoon. So when we do these exercises, our times might be a little off. And so assume that, like I said earlier, you're going back in time to yesterday to look at these dashboards. But what I see here on the top left, the first one I want to look at is bookings. What this is showing me is successful bookings versus failed bookings. And so what I see here is at about 120 or so, there's a bunch of green representing successful bookings. So people are booking 122, people are booking 125, people are booking. And then what I see is about 127 or so, 128, I see a drop in those bookings. See that green line goes really down. At the same time that green line goes down, representing successful bookings are dropping, I see the orange line go up, which represents failed bookings are occurring. So I go from a bunch of good to a bunch of bad, and then back to a bunch of good. Now, the reason we go back to a bunch of good is because this is a demo environment, the data replicates. But what I do want to focus on is about this 130, 140 time span where there were people not booking or not getting failed bookings, excuse me. Now, once again, this corresponds with the time my manager spoke to me. This corresponds with the email, the Slack message, excuse me, I just got. And so this is letting me know something around 130, 140 is not quite right, resulting in a lot of drop bookings or a lot of failed bookings. This panel below it is showing me errors over the last 7 days for the last 60 minutes. So it's looking at, once again, about 1:30 to 2:30 and looking for errors today, going to 1:30 to 2:30 yesterday, looking for errors during that time period, and then going 2 days back to the day before, and then going 4 days back. And what it's showing me is the fact that yesterday, 2 days ago, or excuse me, 2 days ago and 4 days ago, there were no errors occurring at 1:15. And even today, there were not really any errors occurring at 1:15. A couple here and there, but not really too significant. And what I see is about 130 or 128, I see a big spike in errors. But I see the spike only for the orange line, representing only spikes for today. This is helpful to me because this is telling me normally we may or may not have errors during this time, but today we do. And 2 days ago we didn't, and 4 days ago we didn't. So this is letting me know that these errors that are occurring are a bit of an anomaly, a bit abnormal. Once again, not quite sure what's causing them, but just reassurance that they're occurring and in this time span that's starting to become more and more interesting. Errors by node, we'll talk about nodes and source names a little bit later, but what I see here is these things that are producing errors. And if I mouse over it, I see the source name of prod08.travel-checkout. And so this is letting me know that there are errors associated with the checkout service. Once again, not sure what's causing them yet, but I'm seeing some just confirmation of them occurring. All right, 2 more panels here. This one on the right in the middle, the gateway latency. So this is what the Slack message was alluding to. And what it's showing me is gateway latency. Now, gateway latency is going to happen. To have 0 latency, I don't think is even technically possible. But there are going to be times where latency is good or bad. If you have 0.5 seconds or half a millisecond of latency, is that good or bad? Well, you can start to kind of decide that. And what we're having the system do is decide that for us. What the system's doing here, using the outlier feature, and we'll talk about the outlier a few times over the next few days, is looking at previous data points, looking at the past 15, 20 minutes or so, and starting to figure out what's normal and what isn't. So here, for example, I have my mouse at 118. The processing milliseconds at that moment in time was 401.5, so about 0.4 of a second. The system has determined based on math and previous data points and other stuff that an acceptable range is 401.31, 401.67, which is pretty narrow. That 401.57 is within that range, and so that's considered good, normal, acceptable, whatever kind of adjective you want to use. If I fast forward a little bit in time, my threshold has changed a touch. It's now 401.3 to 401.67. My processing is 401.5 flat, and that's still within that range, and so that's good, normal, acceptable, whatever. But what happens here? At about 129, and actually closer to 130, what I see is this pink triangle. And the pink triangle is representing an outlier, representing the fact that a spike has occurred. Because the system is still looking for that threshold of 401, because that's what it's seeing, this 401 range. But now it's seeing 947 milliseconds, almost a full second of latency. And the system is letting us know with the pink triangle, hey, this is not normal. Now, we don't know what's causing it yet. We're going to dig into that. But the system is letting us know something is not quite right here. Once again, just more confirmation that something at 130 or 129 just messed things up. Now, one last chart here is the CPU and total memory. And what it's showing me is CPU and total memory for a variety of different things, all related to my travel environment, but some related to checkout, some related to administration. But once again, at about 120, I see everything is pretty much flat. And then what I see is about 129 or so, 130, I see this spikes up. And so I see the CPU and total memory are starting to be utilized more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drill into that because that's kind of interesting to me. Why did these CPUs spike there? I don't know, but that's what I want to find out. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill into this chart specifically. Now, in this chart, I'm going to be presented with the same thing you just saw, these peaks and valleys of these these metrics. Related to CPU, mostly CPU, some memory, but a little of both. And what I've done here, or somebody's done for me, or I've done ahead of time, I guess either way it could have occurred, is I said, okay, show me the metrics representing these lines here related to CPU and total memory. But at the same time, I want to ingest my logs here. And what I want to do with my logs is I want to look for my logs that are part of my checkout service that have the word or the string error or exception in them. because I want to start to look at those errors or exceptions that have happened, those bad things, to see what caused those bad things. Errors are typically bad, although not always. I mean, they're kind of helpful for diagnosing, but typically errors equal bad. And what the system has presented me with is the top bar up here, this orange bar. This orange bar is orange sometimes, and sometimes it's white. What it's showing me is the frequency or the occurrence or the count, I guess frequency would be the right term, of how many log messages have the word error or exception in them during a 1 minute period. So what I see here at about 120 is I see no, very, very flat CPU usage, nothing being really used, and I don't see any errors up here. That's good. If I fast forward it to about 124, CPU is pretty flat and I don't see any errors. Now fast forward to about 128, 129. What I see is my spike in the CPU usage. And at the same time, I see during a 1 minute period, there were 224 messages that had the word error or exception in them. At 1:30, there were 225 messages. 1:31, 221 messages, and so on and so forth. And so what I then see further to the right is the fact that then that CPU eventually kind of corrects itself and I don't see errors. So what this is kind of telling me or leading me to believe is that, or what I'm going to want to do is now start to look at some of those errors. What caused these errors and what did these errors actually show? Well, let's go ahead and look at them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a 1 minute period where things were bad, and I'm going to look at those logs. So I'm looking at 133 to 134 today, or yeah, today for me. And I'm looking for errors. And what I see in the logs are errors, as I should. Here's an error, here's an error, here's an error, here's an error. I even see some indication of what might have gone wrong. Error, checkout charge, bad handshake, error, SSL routine, SSL3, get certificate, certificate verify failed. Here's another one, pretty much the same error. Here's another one that's a little bit different, another error, checkout process with the cart. But I'm starting to see these errors. Now, seeing errors is good, but it doesn't give me a fuller picture, and that's what I need here. I need a better or bigger picture. Because right now I'm looking at a 1 minute period of time where I know things were bad. I know at 1:33 people couldn't check out, and now I'm seeing errors that represent the fact that people couldn't check out, and that's good to get that confirmation. But I need a wider picture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify my query in 2 different ways. The first thing is I'm going to say, look at the past hour of data. Don't just look at that period of time when things were bad. Look at the past hour, because over the past hour, things have been good as well as bad. And so ideally, I should be able to find that transition from good to bad. Maybe, maybe not, but that's my kind of hypothesis that I'm working on. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the word error exception. And basically, I'm saying, show me all the logs from the last 60 minutes, because once again, things were good and bad during that time period. So let me see that, ideally see that transition. So I'm going to go ahead and click search. And what I'm now presented with are all the log messages related to the checkout service over the past hour. And what I see here is the fact that there were just about 25,000 log messages. 25 per page. That's why there's just about 1,000 pages. Now, somewhere in these 25,000 log messages is going to be an indication of what went wrong. It's a potentially like finding a needle in a haystack, but somewhere in these logs will tell me what went wrong, because it should be logged. And my job is now to find that needle in the haystack. So how do I find that? Well, one way I could find it is I could manually look through 25,000 log messages. And I could say, all right, do any of these log messages on page 1 look weird or might have caused my error? No, they're all pretty normal or whatever. Page 2, anything here unique? Nope. Page 3. And I could go through 1,000 pages and I could potentially then find what I need, but that's not a very wise way of doing things. It's not very efficient. It defeats the whole purpose of having a system of any type. If you're going to look through it manually, you don't need Sumo. So where is Sumo going to help you? Well, this is where the magic comes in, if you will. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click the log reduce button. What log reduce is going to do is take all 25,000 log messages from the past hour and group them. It's going to look at patterns in all 50,000 messages, 25,000 messages, excuse me, and group them together based on the patterns it finds using algorithms and AI and all kinds of fancy technical, features. And it's doing that right now. It's just about done. Yeah, it's just finished. So what I see here now is these groupings of log messages together. So for example, in line 1, I see that there have been 11,000, almost about half, 12,000, log messages that follow this format. They have a checkout, they have a charge, they have a payment on gateway, a transaction ID. Remember, I'm looking at a period of time where things were good as well as bad. So I'd expect to see things related to checking out. And this is a message that, shows that a checkout is taking place or being processed. Same thing with the second and third line, message charging credit card. These are all things that I might expect to see. Now in line 5, I start to see things that I sort of expect to see, but want an explanation of why. In that here on line 5, I see those errors. Remember, I pointed out that SSL3 get server certificate. And what I see is 929 of those log messages grouped together. Now, it's good to see those errors grouped together, but remember, I'm looking for that unique needle in a haystack, not something that occurred 900 times, probably something that occurred much less frequently. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take my count of things. I'm just going to flip it around. Rather than looking at those things that have occurred most frequently, show those things that have happened least frequently over the past hour. And what I see are some unique log messages related to whatever. But what I should find, and it should be more obvious, let's see here. Here it is this log message right here. This log message right here gives me, and I don't know why it's double the lines, that's weird, but this log message gives me a really good indication of what has happened. So what has happened? This says Travelogic app starting cluster. So my Travelogic program or thing is getting started up. The service checkout, so it's starting up the checkout service, good. It's starting up version 1.14 dev. Well, why is it starting up development code? Oh, somebody promoted the wrong version of code. They promoted dev instead of production code. Since they promoted the wrong version of code, that code screwed up the server certificates. The server certificates cannot allow people to check out and kind of yada, yada, yada. That's what caused the issue. The wrong version of code resulted in failed bookings. And so that's kind of the big reveal here. And so what I've done, and you might have noticed this originally in the operational board, which I don't expect you to because I didn't point it out, but what I've actually done here is on the bottom right, I've created a window that shows what version has been deployed, because let's say that issue of deploying those wrong versions has been a problem. And so now I can see what's been deployed. I could even start to create alerts when the wrong version gets deployed or dev code gets deployed, but that's kind of the big reveal, like I said, the kind of big ta-da. So let's go back to the deck. I'm going to skip that slide. I'm just going to dive in here. And let's kind of start to discuss what we did and where we're going to go with it. So what I just showed you is our demo of monitoring and troubleshooting. And what I showed in there were 3 components, I guess you could say. The first was alerts. So getting a Slack message letting you know that something is not quite right. Using the dashboard as a way to view or understand the system without really understanding the system, so that somebody, if the screen is all green, good job, everything's up and running. If it's red, well, hopefully somebody is working on it. The alerts, as mentioned, the Slack message, you can also be alerted through email and many other mechanisms. Slack is probably the most popular. Actually, email is the most popular. We then used the metrics to identify what was going on. And what was going on was that CPU spike, that bookings metric was decreased, or failed bookings was increased, successful bookings was decreased. And then we used the logs to identify why it was happening. And why it was happening was just due to the wrong version of code being promoted. And so hopefully a nice example there for you. Now within Sumo Logic, there's data flow. There is data flow. So data flows through Sumo Logic, and it flows in, or there's 3 steps to it. These 3 steps, well, I'm going to go through them right now. But yeah, actually, I'm going to go through them right now. So the first one is data collection. So your data is out there in the world. It might be in the cloud, it might be in a laptop, it might be on a server farm somewhere, it might be on a computer in the closet, it might be 100 different other places. In order for Sumo Logic to help you with your data needs to be collected and brought into Sumo Logic. I do have one more slide on collection that I'll go over next, but that's about it in regards to that level of detail. Like I said, we do go one level deeper with collection, but essentially you're gathering that data and bringing it into Sumo. We cover the steps on that in the administration class of how to do that. I'm going to talk a little bit with just one slide of doing that, but if that's of focus for you, Sumo Logic Administration is a good class for you. So after step one, your data is now sitting in Sumo. And like I said, we're kind of being a little vague on how it gets there, but it gets in there Sumo. Now step two is going to come in, which is the searching and analyzing. And so what you're going to do, or somebody is going to do, is take that data and start to slice and dice it and start to use operators and use the query language to do things, use verbs, use actions. Using charts to express the data. Maybe looking at raw data or raw log messages is a good way to view or understand what's going on. Maybe a pie chart would be a better way to view it, or a donut chart, or just any type of chart. Well, you can set those up in Sumo and we'll show you how. And then step three is that visualizing and monitoring. The idea that, somewhat ironically maybe, that you can benefit from Sumo Logic but stay out of it, so that you can get alerts via Slack or via email, look at the dashboard, and not have to sit in Sumo Logic all day and still know when things are going on or not going on, depending on what you're interested in. So we're going to cover each one of these steps right now in our in the lab exercises, but no buts, we will. I guess the caveat is we're going to go through these kind of surface level for today, but we do have classes and more information if you do want to go deeper. So if we're searching and analyzing, we do a class of 3 hours of just operators, and we could actually do 2 classes on them. And today, of course, we won't just due to time, but we will look at some operators. So, all right, let's see any questions. I think we're pretty good, so let's keep going. This is the one slide, the one slide that I just alluded to regarding collection. So what this is showing is collection not taking place, but how collection works, just another kind of overview of it. In that, on the top of the screen, the top center, we have the Sumo Logic Cloud, kind of that cloud icon that we know and love. Being sarcastic, although we do know it. I think everybody's used that as just the nebulous cloud. And so what we're using that cloud icon to represent is the destination. Your data needs to reside in Sumo. Now, how does it get there? Well, it gets there in the same mechanism. It's going to be brought there, but how specifically it gets there, it depends a little bit on where it is in the first place. And once again, this might be going a little deeper than we need for today, but I think it's okay. What we're trying to show are the fact that there's essentially 2 types of data environments. It's not a great explanation, but essentially cloud and non-cloud. So on the right-hand side of the screen, what we're trying to show are those newer cloud properties or technologies: AWS, Azure, GCP, things that live in a cloud that don't live on hardware. Although they do kind of, but for your standpoint, it's the cloud. Now, for those cloud environments, you need to take your data and bring it into Sumo Logic. And the way you do is installing or utilizing what we call a collector, which is a little agent that essentially grabs data and sends it to Sumo Logic. Now, with the hosted collector, there's not a place to with it, the hosted cloud platforms, there's not a place to install a little application like a little listening agent, because those environments typically are ephemeral. They don't live for long periods of time. Typically with AWS, it's not on 24/7. You kind of stand it up, it does what you need it to do, and then it kills itself, but not as dramatically, but essentially that's what happens. And so there's not some place that's going to be up all the time. But that data still needs to come into Sumo Logic. And so what's going to happen there is you would utilize our hosted collector, which is essentially going to grab your data. You're going to provide some credentials to the system and bring it into Sumo on your behalf. On the other side of the world, we have the installed collectors. We have older technologies, things that are sitting on bare metal servers essentially. And in those places where you are on a more bare metal environment, or more, I guess bare metal is a fine way to describe it, you can typically install an agent. And so you can actually install this little listening agent that will send data to Sumo Logic. The end result is the same, whether you are using hosted or installed collectors, and you can use a combination of both. But the idea being, one way or another, the data needs to get to Sumo Logic. And so that's kind of what this is showing in a messy way. Not messy, just a lot. So data needs to get into Sumo Logic. Once it does, it's there. One more slide about, it's not really about collection. I guess it's still about collection. It's about metadata. Metadata itself is not a Sumo Logic thing. You may have used metadata in other worlds or events, but it's important to us because, or really it's important to you, but it's important to us because it's going to provide the system the ability to tag your log messages. So when your log messages get collected using the collector, they're going to be brought into Sumo Logic, which is good, and that's kind of the point of it. But they're going to get appended with some information, which is going to ideally make it easier for you to locate the information that's relevant to you when you want to search for stuff. So for example, the name of the collector is going to be appended to your data. Now, are you or your team going to know the different names of the collectors that bring data into Sumo Logic to then search for those collector names when you're doing your work? Maybe or maybe not. You might have one collector, and in which case knowing that collect name is probably pretty obvious. You might have 10,000 collectors like some of our customers do, in which case that collector name is probably not obvious or helpful. And so what we've done is we've given you the source category to utilize as a freely configured metadata tag that you or somebody in your administration or your organization will configure. And the idea behind it is, well, there's many benefits to it, but the one that's important to us today is it allows you to provide some, or be given some structure to your data. So for example, we're going to be using the source category of labs/Apache/access a few times today, many times today, actually, as you see here on the bottom line. Now, not knowing anything about Sumo Logic, not knowing anything about Apache, not knowing anything about me, I don't know. What do you, if I tell you source category equals labs Apache access, what do you know? Well, you know that the data is lab data versus QA data versus dev data versus production data. You're kind of being told the environment. You're being told it's lab Apache data versus lab O365 data or lab AWS data. And you're being told it's lab Apache access data versus lab Apache error data or any other type of Apache data. So it's giving you that kind of shortcut, if you will. Very similar to like a file tree directory structure, same idea. And so we'll be using these a bunch today. So just wanted to share that. All right, let's keep going here. So let's go ahead and let's log in now. Let's get into the labs. So I'm going to put these credentials in the chat. And so let's go ahead and log in together. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. So we're going to go to, there we go. So we're going to go to service.sumologic.com. Hopefully you're familiar with that site to log into Sumo. If you're not, that's fine. Although technically you might have service.us, something else, but we're going to use service.sumologic.com for today. The email we're going to use is training plus analyst number. And what I want you to do is select a 3-digit number. Maybe you want to be 007. Maybe you want to be 421-973-008. Pick a 3-digit number. And then use the password of thanks, capital THANKS, 21 exclamation point. So go ahead and get logged in. Once you get logged in, if you could let me know the number you're using, just kind of as confirmation that you're logged in. So go ahead and put that in the chat. We are we're a pretty small group. So if there's overlap with the numbers, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you see somebody's using your number and you want to use a different one, that's fine too. So let's go ahead and get logged in. If you need help getting logged in, let us know. Most likely going to be a typo, but that's still okay. Let us know. Looks like we're doing pretty good, so I'll keep just keep killing a few moments just so everybody else gets in. I think we got a good chunk so far. Let me go ahead and log in as well with you, actually. I'm going to use it. I don't want to use this account. I want to use the same one you're using. So training plus analyst. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. Sumologic.com, and then password thanks 21. Oop. Training. Oh, every time service.sumo. All right, so it looks like we're pretty good. I think, yeah, Matt checked on everybody, so good to go. So I'm going to continue here once I just type this last keystroke. All right, so I'm logged in. Let me just keep this using the slides to keep me honest. Yeah, and let's access the labs. Let's keep going here. So once we're logged in, this is the screen we should be brought to. We may be familiar with this screen, hopefully. We may not be, hopefully, because actually there's a fundamentals class, so you may have never seen this screen. But this is kind of welcome to Sumo. At the top, you may notice a bunch of different tabs open. These represent the fact that somebody else has used this account and didn't clean up after themselves, which is fine. So if you want to get rid of these tabs, which I encourage you to do, select any of them. It doesn't matter which one, and select the 3 dots and then choose close all tabs. If you're not brought to this page, it's possible you're actually brought to this page. So you do want to make sure you just click on home to get to this kind of home page view. For anyone that can't log in, try using a different number series. It's possible somebody did log in and change the password. So I would recommend doing that if you can't get in. But this homepage is like any other homepage in the world. The idea of getting you up and running as quickly as possible. And so we have the ability to look at things that we've recently accessed or opened, recently run, and then as well do some new things. Now, I'm kind of pausing a little bit. See, there's a few people having issues, so I'm trying to make sure that we get them in okay. But the other thing I want to show in here, actually a few things in here. So homepage, pretty traditional. The Learn tab, we're going to use the Learn tab today. What I want you to do is go into the Learn tab and go to the Hands-on Labs Fundamentals and choose the first lab, Viewing Data. When you do, a new tab should open and the lab should be in there. And we'll go ahead and do that lab together. I'll also paste this link in directly to the chat, just because, I don't know, it might be helpful. But where I'd like us to be is in Sumo, sorry, too many windows, in Sumo Logic, and have our lab tab open open. Now, the other thing, well, just while we're in here and people still just logging in, this is helpful. So it gives us the ability to view documentation. And actually, I'll talk about the Learn tab in more thoroughness later. Also, certification I'll talk about later because that's where we'll go to get certified. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go ahead and start to do the lab. So what we're going to do is we're going to open the lab and do it together. I'm going to do the lab on my screen. You'll do it on yours, and somewhere in the middle we'll meet. So the first portion of lab 1 is viewing data. And so what we want to do is put you in a scenario that's exactly the scenario you're in right now. You now have, let's say, it's first day on your job, you have access to Sumo Logic. Where do you go? What do you do? How do you start? Well, that's what we're about to do. So for today, we're going to be showing you suggestions, recommendations, best practices. And so, yeah, let's start doing them. I think, I know Matt's helping a few individuals, but I think as a whole, we're pretty good. So I'm going to keep going. Yeah. So first step is viewing data. And specifically, the first step is signing in, which I was going to joke that we all have done, but I think a few people are still having issues. But for the most part, we should have signed in. Now, what we want to do is see what data is available. You have access to the system. What data is in there? Well, let's go ahead and look. So we're going to show you a few different ways to do this. You'll find in Sumo that there's typically 2, maybe even 3 ways to do everything. We just give you many options. But the first thing we want to do is see what data is available. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the collection screen or the collectors and see. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into Sumo. We should see a black bar over here. If we don't, we probably have to click on this horizontal, 3 horizontal lines, kind of called a hamburger menu. And then that should open up. Once we have that opened up, what we want to do is we want to go to manage data and we want to go to collection. When we do, what we're looking at, or should be looking at, are the collectors. These are all the different agents, if you will, that have been set up and are potentially bringing data into Sumo Logic. I'm just gonna hide this a little bit. So what I start to see here is, and specifically what we want to focus on, is our lab data. So here I see Acquia data. I see it's coming in. I see Adobe Connect data. I see Akamai data, and I see a whole, a lot of other sets of data. So coming in and viewing the collection screen is a great way to view the data. And if you need the labs, I just put a link to them in there, Casper, in the chat. So here we're seeing what data is ingested. Now, what we want to do, though, or what we can do, is do this another way. And what I'm going to show you is how to do this via a search. Now, you in the real world may not have access to this collection screen. An admin or someone in your organization, this is ripe space. So they could say, you know what, I don't want you looking at this. I don't really know why they wouldn't. I mean, well, I could, of course, there's a reason why you wouldn't, but for the most part, you typically would. But let's say this part is not accessible to you and you want to see what data is in the system. How can you do it? Well, what you can do is you can do a very simple query, and that's what we want to show you here. To do this query, what we're going to do is we're going to go to new. So we're going to go to the plus new sign at the top, and we're going to click log search. And now we have a log search query screen. Now nothing's on it because we haven't specified anything yet. What we want to do is we do want to specify something. We want to specify this line here. So I'm going to grab this line that's in step 4, and I'm going to copy and paste it into my query screen. And I'm going to run it. Yeah, I'm going to run it, but I'm going to describe what it's doing as I run it. So when I click start or search, it's going to look for the last 15 minutes by default, and I'll keep that default for now. And what it's going to do is going to look for star. It's going to look for everything. Star is a wildcard, means everything essentially. And so what it's doing is it's grabbing everything, or all the data from the last 15 minutes. And then almost got ahead of myself. And what I see in the messages tab are all those messages. So here, there's about 1 million log messages, and I see them all here. But what I wanted to do now is I wanted to take the category, the source category, and I want to count them. How many different source categories do I have? And how many of those do I have? And so now when I click start, I have the aggregates tab. And now the aggregates tab is showing me this source category was found with these many log messages. And what I can do here is I can click the count column to sort from low to high or high to low. And now I can see the largest set of data was this Kubernetes data. The second largest set of data is also Kubernetes data, VMware data, OS data, and so on and so forth. And what I should also see on here, probably on page 2, here it is this Apache Access. And so once again, just 2 different ways to see what data is in the system. Your manager might say, hey, Josh, I want you to look at the Adobe data, in which case probably knowing what data is in there is not relevant because you know what data to look for. Someone's told you. But this is a great way to see what data is in the system. So now we've seen all this different data. And this training environment, I didn't mention this at the beginning, you have access to for the rest of the month. And so you're welcome to go in there and use many of these different sets of data to play around with if you'd like. Now we're specifying 1 or 2 today, but we do have hundreds of different sets in here. So if I go back to my lab, we should be just about at this step and seeing those results. Now, where do you go from here? You now know that there's a variety of different sources of data in the system. And let's assume for this conversation that Apache Access data is relevant to us. The rest we don't care about for today. So you see there's some Apache access data in there, and your job is to do stuff with Apache access data. Now, what's your next step? What should you do? Should you create a query? Well, no, slow down. Let's first see if somebody else has created a shared dashboard. Maybe somebody else in the organization has created a dashboard related to Apache access data that's going to express and show you exactly what you need. Why reinvent the wheel if somebody may have done it already for you? And so that's what we want to do now is we want to introduce the library, the sharing of stuff, and see if somebody else has shared an Apache access related dashboard. To do that, what we're going to do is go back into Sumo. On this black bar, we're going to go to this folder icon called library. Once I go to library, I should be able to see everything that has been shared with me. And so what I want to do here is I want to look for Apache access. I might see a lot, but what I should find, the one I want to point you to, actually it doesn't, well, actually I don't see two, doesn't matter which one, and specifically the Apache overview. Oh, actually, it does matter which one. Let me use the one. I'm going to use this one. I'm going to use this one. I don't know why the second one's not working. So hopefully you were able to use the one. If it has it created by, use the one with John Meredith, not Lee Torno. But ultimately what I see here then is this dashboard that John has created. And so this is related to Apache and it's showing me information about Apache and visitor location and all kinds of possibly helpful stuff. Now, maybe this is exactly what I needed. Maybe it isn't, but regardless, it's showing me what somebody else has done. Apache access data, we haven't discussed it, and we don't need to. I mean, we will, not too in depth, but so we're going to use Apache access data throughout today, as we've already started. Actually, more for the morning session, or yeah, from your morning. But Apache data is basically web traffic data. So when you go to a website, Apache is recording essentially your transaction. What page did you visit? What time did you visit it? Did the page get returned successfully? If you've ever gone to a site and gotten a 404, that's an Apache status code, and the 404 means not found or page not found. And so we'll play with those status codes today. So this is what it's server web traffic. And so, like I said, here's a dashboard that John has created. This might be perfect, it might not be, but it's giving us some insight and might be a good jumping off point. Now let's assume it's not. Let's assume, good job, John. This is a nice dashboard, but I don't think it's exactly what I need. What do I do next? Now I could start to create a query, but before that, what I want to introduce is the idea of an app. Now we call these apps. You might be familiar with the term app something else, but for today, let's use apps in the Sumo world. What an app in the Sumo world is essentially a bunch of dashboards and queries that we or somebody at Sumo has created that will assist with a certain type of data. So for example, with Apache, we know what Apache data looks like. Everybody knows what Apache looks like. And so what we did is we created some queries and boards that use the Apache format and allow you to take that data, plug it in essentially, and get the output. And that's what we want to demonstrate right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the black bar and we're going to go to the app catalog. Under app catalog, once it loads, we're going to see about 100, 150 different common file formats or common sources of data. Some not common either. But what we want to look specifically for the Apache one. When we look for Apache, we want the one called just Apache. Apache Tomcat is something else. And the global intelligence for Apache is something else as well. So we just want this simple Apache with a feather. We're going to click it. And what we're going to now do is click Add to Library. When we do, we need to do two things. And the first thing we might not even need to do, but we will today just for the exercise, is give the app a name. This app name is probably sufficient, but I'm just going to put my initials just because I might be sharing this account or somebody else might have jumped in here ahead of time. So I'm just going to call it Apache JB. And now what I need to do is tell the system where my Apache data is. or specifically the Apache data I wanted to utilize. And so what I'm going to do is type or use the search head to do Apache lab/Apache/access. So I should have my app name somewhat unique. And then my source category for Apache is lab/Apache access. When I click add to library, the system is now taking my data, not taking it, it's referencing my data. It's not actually moving it anywhere. Taking these queries and dashboards that somebody at Sumo has created, and for lack of a technical phrase, smushing the two together. And what we now get is that output. So now if I go to the Apache overview here, this is the app that has, this is what the app has created. Now it's exactly what John has created previously, but that's kind of neither here nor there. And you should use, let's see, should we use, very good question, Eleanor. And thank you for reminding me of that. So in the lab example, you notice, or you do, Eleanor, I don't know if anybody else does because I forgot about it. We actually use the custom data filter and use that as custom data filter is a different way to reference metadata. I prefer the old way, which is why I showed. I would follow the lab. Do web server underscore system equals Apache. It's the same thing. They're both metadata tags essentially, and should get placed. But a great option for reminding me of that. One with that, we should have. If we go to our personal folder, we should now have our folder with our stuff in here. Yeah, and as Matt said, that web server system is the new method. Yeah, okay. He's doing a good description right there, so I'll let you read that. So I should have my Apache JB, and then I have my Apache overview. All right. More things in this lab. This lab goes on for a little bit. Is sharing. So with our idea, let's say you come into this system, you know there's Apache access data. The chart John did wasn't that great, but this chart, or this dashboard, excuse me, is better. Granted, they were exactly the same, but let's assume this one's better. And now let's say you want to share this with somebody else. How do you do that? A couple different ways to do it in Sumo, but what we can do is you can go to your folder and click on the three dots and then click share. And then decide who or whom you want to share it with. You can do this by the entire organization. I want to share it with everybody. I can do it by roles. So I want to just share it with my admins. Or maybe I just want to share it specifically with one person. Maybe I want to share this with Matt. And I want to send it, him, hey Matt, check out this great dashboard, or something like that. And then he will now get an email that's let him know, this cool dashboard's out there, and then he goes to check it out. All right, so any questions on lab one? I know there was a lot in there. It's quite a kind of fire hose of information, that first lab. But any questions outside of what you've been asking already? Questions so far have been good. All right, I'm going to keep going. Certainly if questions do come up, we'll catch them. And Mac did get the email confirmation, so that's good. All right, so let's jump to lab two. And also for those of you that I see Ken, no apologies necessary for falling behind. So certainly, hopefully you can catch back up with us. Lab 2 is sort of independent from Lab 1. Also, these are available to you later. So like I said, you have these credentials. You'll have this information for as long as you need. And so you're always welcome to come back and do these at your own pace. But you didn't really, like I said, miss much. So you should be okay. All right, so Lab 2 now is going to be searching for log data. So once again, in our scenario here, we know there's Apache data. Now let's go ahead and start to look at it and do something with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a query. And here's our query. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go back into Sumo. And I'm going to do a new log search again. Do a bunch of new log searches today. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just paste that query on the screen, or in the query bar. Now, for this lab, it wanted me to select the last 60 minutes of data. By default, it's going to be set to the last 15 minutes. But if you want to customize that, you can click on the time, the last 15 minutes, And then you have some options here related to time. You actually, like Sumo offers, have a few different ways to handle time. So these common time periods. So if I want to do the last 60 minutes, I select last 60 minutes, and that's pretty straightforward. I can also choose last 3 hours, last 24 hours, etc. I have a custom time range, more of a calendaring feature, not calendar, but calendaring like, where I could say, show me data from 8th to the 17th, but show it to me from, let's start at, I don't know, let's start at 2 a.m. on the 8th, and let's go through, oh, I guess that's the future. Let's go through 4 a.m. or whatever, we can start to do that. The other thing we can take advantage of is this syntax changes. So when I chose last 60 minutes, oh no, what happened there? Let me do it again. Last 15 minutes, now last 60 minutes. I have this syntax of -60m, and I can utilize that. If I want to search for the last 75 minutes worth of data, I can just do -75m, and that's going to search for the last 75 minutes worth of data. So I have this ability to start to customize time periods, but in this case, last 60 minutes, that's what we want to do. And then we're going to click search, and we're going to get our results. On the middle of the top middle of the screen is this histogram. Sometimes it's really helpful, sometimes it's really annoying. What it's showing is, for the time period we selected, it's breaking our into chunks, logical time chunks, and showing us the amount of log messages that match that time period. So what we see is from 11:30 to 11:31, or excuse me, 11:31 to 11:32, there were 538 messages that had Lab Apache Access with the word get in it. Like I said, sometimes it's helpful, sometimes not. The results here shows us the results. Over the past 60 minutes, we've had 31,000 results that match our criteria. And the criteria we're trying to match here is this source category with this keyword of get. Get is the keyword, and what we see in our results are those keywords highlighted. So here's that word get, here's that word get highlighted. And so now we're doing a query, more advanced. Now we're searching for a source category and a keyword. Now, the next thing we're going to do is talk about parsing these messages. This log message, any of these log messages, have valuable information. I hope I don't have to sell you on the value of log messages. You kind of probably have bought in. If you are using Sumo, you know log messages are important or valuable because they show us stuff, information. Now, the formatting of the stuff might be obvious, it might not, but we want to take a look at that now. In that, here on line 1 and line 2 and line 3 and 4 are log messages, and they're all Apache log messages. Apache log messages follow the same standard format. They're all identical, as many log messages do. And so in this log message, we start to see some stuff in here. Here, for example, is an IP address. Here is the location of the thing we went to on the website. So when we went to our website here, this is the element we were loading or accessing. Here it's a PNG, here is a JPEG, here it's a lot of graphics, whatever it might be. So we see that here. This is the URL. We see this 3-digit number right here. What is this 3-digit number representing? It's representing that status code that I mentioned earlier, that 404, that 200, those good and bad. We see this number here, which is representing the size, how many bytes were transmitted. So when I went to a website to load a specific element on that page, how many bytes were transmitted? Well, that's what this number represents. And then we see this URL here, which is actually the referrer. What website did we come from to get to this page? So I see all this information here. And you do too now, just because I told you to see it or pointing it out. But what we need to do is we need to train the system to recognize these things. And this is what parsing is going to do. Parsing is going to allow us to take a portion of this log message and provide structure to it and break those portions out into fields with values. So let's go ahead and look at how to do this. Now, once again, many ways to do this in the system. There's at least 5 different ways to handle this. This is one way. This is probably not the hardest way, probably the more involved way, but it's also for illustrative purposes, probably the best way, but let's take a look at it. What we're going to do is we're going to highlight a portion of the log message. We're going to highlight the quote in get. So quote get, everything should start with that. We're going to highlight through that URL, through that HTTP 1.1, and basically the whole portion that's represented here. So I'm going to go into my log message, doesn't matter which one, and I'm going to highlight the get, the URL, the 200 or the number, the 4-digit, and then finally this, it's called a refer, but we recognize it as a URL. So I'm going to highlight that whole portion. Once highlighted, I'm going to right click on the portion I've highlighted and choose to parse the selected text. Now, by doing that, it's going to present the same thing back to me. But what it's now going to do is provide me an interface where I can now start to label these things as fields. And what it's going to use is it's going to use the patterns that I describe in here to provide structure to those log messages and look for the fields based on the pattern. So let's start to define this pattern. So for example, in between here, in between the get and HTTP, it could be something. It might not match exactly what I have here, but it's probably going to follow out of slash something. And so I'm going to highlight it, click to extract this value. And when I do, it should turn that thing into a representing that it is now a field. And what I'm going to do at the very bottom is field the name. What do I call that section in between the get and the HTTP? I can call it whatever, but I'm going to call it a URL because that's what it is. Now the next portion is going to be after the HTTP/1.1 quote. Every line should have that. It should have a space and it should have a 3-digit number. I'll highlight that 3-digit number, click to extract this value. When I do, that thing should turn into a star. And now down below, I'm going to give that field a name. I'm going to call it comma status code. I'm going to have a 4-digit number to extract this value, and I'm going to call it comma space. And inside this URL, inside the quote, highlight the portion of the quotes, click to extract this value, and I'm going to call that refer. And so what I should now have is my UI here with 4 stars and 4 fields. When I click submit, I should get that exact same expression shown right here. What it's about to use is use this pattern. Now I'm not going to click start yet. I'll do it in just a second, but and if you have clicked start already, that's fine. But what's going to happen now is when I click start, I should have 4 fields created: a field called URL, a field called status code, a field called size, a field called refer. And I should get those values appropriate to that field as a result. So let's click start and cross our fingers. I'm joking about the crossing of fingers, but what we should now see are our log messages and our refer, our size, our status code, and then our URL. All right, so let's see, yeah, some error, if you could just define the error. It may be that the parsing well, I guess it depends on the error, so I'll let Matt assist with diagnosing that. And now what we can do and what we will do is start to use these fields, because now the system knows how to find a status code. And what we can now do is we can say, show us all the 404s or all the 304s or all the 200s or whatever. And that's what we're going to start to do. All right, so let's see, Matt's helping. Let me go to the lab, just make sure we're up to date. So we did this, did that, did this, did that. What we want to do is we want to save the. So in our narrative, you've now created a search. And this may be the greatest search ever, it may not be, but it's yours. How do you save it? Well, saving it's really simple. Actually, so 2 things about saving it. One is this tab will persist. It will reopen the next time you log in or log out of Sumo Logic. That shouldn't be a replacement for saving, but for some people it is. But to save it, very simply, we'll just go to the 3 dots and we'll click save, or save as actually. When we click save as, we need to give the thing a name. By default, you may have noticed it's going to create the tabs incrementally. So we have 37, search 38, 39, but we probably want to give it a better name. So what I could call it here is whatever, Apache parsing. I could choose where I want to save it. So we have this folder structure, and I'm just going to save it to the default place because just because. But I'm going to click save. And when I do, what I should see is on or in my personal folder, I should have now the thing I just saved with the orange icon. All right. Let's see, save that. Yeah. All right, so it looks like some of you are having problems with the parsing with the wildcards. Let's see. I think it's because I think you don't have spaces in there. Matt's doing a great job of troubleshooting. Let me let him continue. For those of you that aren't paying attention to chat, every time I mention something, Matt's one step ahead of me, so I'll let him diagnose. But hopefully everybody else is sort of good. I'll step through it one more time. Absolutely. Let me do it one more time, real fast. Not real fast, but accelerated. So once again, I'm just going back to the log messages. I'm going to actually. Why unable to, oh, there we go. All right, so what we were doing here, oh, these are not great. So what these messages are, yeah, here's better ones. So what I was doing was highlighting quote and just dragging for the whole portion and then letting go of the mouse. So that whole line, that whole portion should be blue. Then right clicking on that blue portion and choosing parse to select the text. I don't know why it's taking any time. Yeah, that's my laptop, not Sumo. And then what I'm doing is I'm highlighting the portion. Now, I do want to make sure that I'm highlighting the portion and not highlighting the spaces, because those spaces are going to be what's triggering it for me. If I highlight the spaces, that's no good. But what I want to do is not highlight the spaces and then click to extract this value. And so then that would be URL. I'm grabbing just the 3 digits, nothing else, nothing more. And then that's going to be status. I'll just do SC for now. 4 digits, comma size. And then once again, inside the quotes is refer. And if you're having problems with, don't get too worried about it. Like I said, this is kind of an older method of parsing. Yeah, don't stress too much. But yeah, as Matt mentioned, I think those spaces are kind of hurting you a little bit there. All right, let's see. That concludes lab 2. Yep, that concludes lab 2. I think we're doing pretty good here. We'll do one more and then we'll take a break. Time-wise, yeah, time-wise we're doing good. So yeah, let's jump into lab 3. So lab 3 is going to introduce, or yeah, I guess introduce, we haven't really played with it yet, charting and aggregating your data. So let's take a look at this. Now, the query we want to use in lab 3 is built on the one we did in lab 2, but if you were having problems with it, we can just step to the one in lab 3. And so what we want to do here is we want to add one line of count by status code. So I'm going to grab this line and I'm going to add it, but before I run it, I want to explain what it's going to do. So at this point, we have our log messages and we've started to parse them into fields. This is a size, this is an SC. Let me actually do that correctly. Status code. What I'm doing now is I'm counting my data. Count is a mathematical operator. probably one of the more important ones, but probably one of the more simple ones in how it works. And it just counts stuff and adds it and aggregates it. But when it is utilized, it shows us the results in the aggregates tab. So I still have my messages, but now I have, since I did a count, I did something with math, I now have an aggregates tab. And what it's doing is aggregating the data. It's figured out how many unique status codes there are over the last 60 minutes. And of those unique status codes, how many of them exist, the frequency or the occurrence. And so what I see here is the largest amount of status codes are 200s. And that's good because that's a successful visit to a website. I see there's a lot of 404s. That's not good, but now I'm starting to get that information. All right, so now we've aggregated our data. Now, before we do the chart portion, actually, there's a few steps before we do the chart portion. I want to introduce time slice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these two lines here. Come on. And I'm going to run them in a second, but I want to once again talk about them first. What I'm doing here is I'm introducing the operator of time slice. And what this operator is going to do is going to break my data into 1-minute chunks. Right now, I'm looking at a 60-minute window, essentially data from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, if you will, which is great. That's what I wanted to see. But what if I want to see my data from 2 o'clock to 2:01, 2:01 to 2:02, 2:02 to 2:03, and so on and so forth? How can I do that somewhat easily? Well, this time slice feature is going to do that for me. What I'm doing on this line is saying, defining my time slices. Do I want to do slices or buckets of 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever? 1 minute is good. And then I'm going to count by those resulting time slices. And what I'm going to get here is when I count, I'm going to have two outputs of data or two fields of aggregated data. Actually, technically 3. I'm going to have my time. So this is a 1-minute period. This is the status code for that 1-minute period, and this is the count. So what this is showing me is at 12:14 to 12:15, there were two 503s. From 11:58 to 11:59, there were 13 404s, and so on and so forth. Now that's good. The data isn't formatted very cleanly for me, but it's giving me more data. It's more information. What I want to do with this data now that I have it in this format is I want to transpose this data. At this point, I essentially have 3 dimensions of data, and whether I'm using that term 3 dimensions is correct or not, I'm going to assume I'm using it correctly for today, in that I have my time, my status code, and my count. How can I chart or display this data in a simpler way? What I want to do is I want to use transposing here. Transposing is going to allow me to take data that has these 3 dimensions and convert it into the feel of an Excel table. And so that's what this next line is doing. It's going to say transpose the data, turn the rows into time slices, turn the columns into status codes, and then at that cross intersection, that's going to be my count. And now when I click start or run, I should be presented with something that looks more like this. And so now I can start to see here at 11:17, so 11:17 to 11:18, there were 407 200s, there were 13 404s, and now I can start to visually see this time period versus this time period. And I can now start to, not necessarily visually see, although some people can, but I can start to see peaks and valleys in there. Now this is good, this is better, but we can make it even a little more better. And the more better is adding that chart feature. Like I said, I can see this number is, goes low, goes high, goes higher, lower, but visually it's not very pleasing. And so what we can do now is we can choose a charting option that might be more appropriate. Here we have a bar chart. Here we have a line chart. It doesn't really matter which one you choose. I think we tell you to use the line chart, but it just doesn't matter. So pick one. Now the problem with the one you picked, regardless of which one you picked, is the scale here. Now with the values, actually, yeah, I can just do it from here. So what we see here are these peaks and valleys of all these different error codes or status codes, not necessarily errors. So for example, our 200s here, those are dominating our messages. So what I see here are those peaks and valleys. I see here it was at 407, here it was at 353, here it was at 347, and so I see it going lower and then higher. Now for 304s, for example, which are these purple, same idea. I see it goes lower, I see it goes higher. Due to scale, it's harder to see. There's less of them, and so it's kind of smushed on the page, but I can still kind of see them. But after that, I really can't. These 404s, I can't visually see if they're going up or down. I mean, it's just too crowded down here. So how can I modify this chart to show those other values better? Once again, two different ways to do the exact same thing in Sumo. The first way I can do it is I can use the legend of the chart. I can say, don't show me 200s, don't show me 304s, and by clicking them, I'm turning them off. Now, since I'm not looking, come on. Okay. Now, since I'm not looking at those 200s and 304s, the scale is corrected, and now I can start to see the peaks and valleys of those, of everything else, really. So that's one way to kind of approach this issue. Another way to approach the same issue is to use a where statement. On this line, I'm saying, figure out what a status code is using parsing. On this next line, I'm saying, now of those status codes, don't show me a status code of a 200 or a 304. And that's what the exclamation point is representing, is essentially not. So show me everything but those status codes. Now, when I click start, the 200 and the 304 don't even show up in my legend because I'm not even bringing forth that data, and I get what I need. Question is about query order. Does it matter? It absolutely does. Let me see. I should have a little slide here. Here's my little slide about it. What I like to envision is the idea of a funnel. And essentially, we're taking all this stuff and shoving it into the funnel. And at the end of the funnel, we want the good stuff to come out. So as we're starting here, we're starting to take the metadata, the keywords, put them in. But here's a better visual. And actually, yeah, specific to what we're doing today. So what we're doing here is we're going top to bottom. So first, we're grabbing our source category, our data. It's limiting the data set. We're not saying grab everything. We're saying grab some data based on whatever criteria is appropriate. Next, we're going to say parse that data. So of that data, go ahead and say, this is this type of field, this is that type of field. Many ways to do this in Sumo, but this way, at least illustratively, is pretty good. Then I'm going to use the where. And so I can filter saying, only show me those status codes that match this or don't match that. And so you can use that exclamation point to exclude certain results. Then I'm going to count those results. Don't just show me the raw log messages of all the status codes that match 5. Show me and count them by status code. And then I can sort and start to limit and start to filter. And so that's the idea of that you should mind reorder. So I thank you for asking the question because it's a good one. All right, let's go back to our lab. I think we'll just be done with lab 3. I think questions were good. Let's do one more. Let's do one more lab. Once we get back, we'll actually be even faster. So yeah, let's do one more lab now, and then we'll do take a break. So what I want us to do is go to lab number 4. And in lab 4, what I want us to do is create, well, as it says, create and share a dashboard. So using the scenario we're in, we've looked for Apache data, we found Apache data, we filtered it, and this representation of this Apache status codes without 200s and 304s is what I need. This is the way I want to represent our data. What do we do here? Or what can we do? What we can do is we can add to a dashboard. Very simply, I'm going to click Add to Dashboard. And what I'm going to do here is give this panel a name. The name that I probably saved it with or provided earlier is probably sufficient. For today, it doesn't really matter what you call it, but you'd want to call it something relevant to what it is. And then I'm going to choose a dashboard. In this case, I'm going to choose a new dashboard. So I'm going to create a dashboard using my initials and using 1, 2, 3, 4. Create new dashboard. I am going to select create in the old UI. The new UI, this query doesn't work with it, and I forgot to modify it ahead of time. So go ahead and just choose the old UI, or make sure that it's not creating in the new UI, and then go ahead and click add. And what should happen is now you should have a dashboard with your panel in there. So I'll just kind of, once again, pause for a second. Now, once we have this dashboard, we can now start to modify it. We can add a text panel in here. We can go to the very top, 3 dots, and go to add panel, choose text or title, doesn't matter, we're kind of playing around. And I can put information, info, these numbers are looking good. I don't know, something like that. I can modify just more like a WYSIWYG environment where I can drag and drop, drag and drop. I can make this bigger. I can move it over, just all that kind of feel of what you like. The other thing I can do in here that I'd strongly encourage is the ability to toggle the theme and switch to a dark theme. Just much easier on the eyes. And then, like I said, move this over, make it smaller, whatever, but structure it a way that might be meaningful to me or others. Now, once I've done that, now I can share this dashboard. So what I can do is now go to my personal folder. I should see my dashboard in there. And if I click on the 3 dots and go to share, I should now see those options that I showed earlier, as far as who do I want to share this with? Everybody, just Matt, or this would be everybody and Matt. I can start to decide that. All right. So this would be a good portion to take a break at. So we will. So let's go ahead and I'll do a 10-minute timer here. Take a 10-minute break.
Josh, could
Yes.
you just show the query again in the actual slide that you have of the query? So the one with that one, perfect. Yeah.
So this query, this is not the this is not exactly matching the query we worked on, but
yeah, it's just the order of operation.
yes, absolutely.
So this is basically looking at the metadata and the keywords, and then you parse that because you have the information you need. You've got status code as a field, and because you've got status code above the where statement, you can use the where statement. That's just a way of doing it. So just think of it's the order of operation. This was answering a question by Ken. You can move them around slightly, but you can't use a field name before it's actually been sort of parsed or declared.
It was a great question, of course. And I should add, this is today is fundamental. So today is the basics of everything. So basics of query language. We have a class called Search Mastery that goes into this much more detail. So certainly, if that's interesting to you, which for some of you, of course, it is, strongly encourage you to take that class. But the questions are fair, of course, either way. All right. Other than that, Matt, we're good?
Yep, good.
All right, starting the timer now to 10 minutes. I'm going to step away, get a beverage. I'd encourage you to do so. And then we'll come back and continue. So thank you, everybody.
A bit of coffee.
Please do. Thanks, Matt. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you had a nice little break. Let's continue. I think we're good on questions. Matt was in there. Yeah, we're good on that. So let's finish up. So we just completed lab 4. And so lab 4 was having us create and share our dashboard. What we want to do in lab 5 is modify a dashboard. So so let's go ahead and do one. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go to Sumo. We're going to go back to our personal folder. And what I want you to look for is the personal folder that you created for the Apache app. So it should be Apache, your initials. And then specifically open the Apache overview. And so it should be this one is what we want you to look at. So go ahead and open that one. Now what we want to do here is we want to make a modification to the dashboard. So for example, or not for example, this is what we are going to do, is our visitor location. And here what we're seeing is visitor location. So over the last 60 minutes, where have our web users come from? So this is, remember, our website traffic. Where did our users come from? And so here we see a worldwide map of people coming in from the US. I don't know why we don't have any Australia data in here. It's kind of weird, actually. But all over the world except for APAC for some reason. Well, sort of. So what we want to do here, though, is we want to show you how to modify this dashboard, or more specifically, this dashboard panel. And so what we want to do is, let's say we want to modify this to only show US data. Let's say we're US centric, like many of us US people are, and we only want to look at US data. Are the accounts outside US are not relevant to us. So how can we modify this view, this map, to show us just US stuff? Well, that's what this lab is about. What we're going to do here is we're going to go into the dashboard. We're going to click on the panel. I keep saying dashboard. It's actually a panel. Clicking on the 3 dots for that specific panel, and then choosing edit. When we select edit, what it's going to show us very simply is the query that it is using. So here is the entire query that's being used to create this map. Now, the portion that we can modify here using where country name equals United States, we can go ahead and use this like we used that other where statement for the previous lab. So the same idea, we're going to go ahead and go to where the lookup is happening, and that's right on this line. On this line is where the system is using a geographic lookup table to see regional or geographic data. And so in this step, we're essentially parsing out a field called country name. What we're then doing is saying, show us where country name equals United States. Now, when I click start, the map should just show me US-centric data. Conversely, just since we were talking about it, and specifically since we're not all US-based, we could use the exclamation point here to show us not United States. So what I did there is now it's showing me everything but the US. These over here are Canada. So just if you want to play with that and not be as US-centric as I am, that's a good way to see worldwide data. Once we modify it in whatever way we want, then we can select Update Dashboard. And what that should do is now rewrite that dashboard to show the query we just modified. And so something I didn't show that. Let me show it right. Did we show it? No, I'm going to show it right now either way. One of the other advantages of using these apps is to seeing the underlying query of how was this created. So let's say, as we did earlier, we created the Apache app and we go into the Apache overview, as I just did. I mean, I'm going back to the screen, same screen I just was on. If I was curious, how is Sumo creating this 5xx status codes by server? What coding are they using to come up with this? Well, I can go here, I can go to edit. Actually, I can go open and search as well. A few different ways to do it. And here I see that code. And now I could modify this code. Maybe if I wanted to now say status code matching 4 instead of 5, I can now do that. And now I can update my dashboard or create a new tab or what have you. So it's helpful to see how those dashboards are created when learning queries. It's a good way to kind of back into what has already been produced correctly. So just a word of advice. All right, doing good on questions. So let's continue to lab 6. Lab 6 is creating an alert, hence the name. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to go back into the Apache overview dashboard we were just using, go to the visitor location we were just using, and go to that specific one and open in search. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and look for my, my map. I'm going to click on the 3 dots, and then I'm going to open in search. And now, like I just showed a moment ago, I am now viewing this query period. I'm going to go ahead and remove, I'll leave my country name here. It doesn't really matter. So now I ran this and now I get this output. Great. Okay. What we want to do is we want to show you how to create an alert. Now in transparency, this is not an alert in the way you probably think an alert is. It's an alert in the way Sumo thinks an alert is, but it's not a traditional alert. And I'll show you the difference in a moment. And I'm going to show it to you more in transparency, not transparency, just to show you both ways again. What we're going to do now is we're going to save this search. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our query. We're going to go 2 to 3 dots like we did earlier, and we're going to choose save as like we did earlier. So the same format or the same steps as we did to save a query. But this time what I want to introduce is this portion down here that says schedule the search. What I want to do is select it, and you as well select it. And now what I can decide is how frequently do I want this query to run? When it runs, it's going to send me the results that it's outputting. So it's going to send me via email, and I could change this to a Slack message or some other communication method, but email is fine. It's going to send me an email that has this information in it. Do I want to include the search query in the email? Maybe. Do I want to include the results set? Maybe. Do I want to include the histogram? Maybe. And I get to decide that. And so ultimately what I can do is have this run. I was going to put Matt up for myself. Actually, that's not. And so what's going to happen now is every 15 minutes, excuse me, every hour, this is going to run and then send me those results. And that is what we're calling an alert. And you are now creating an alert. Now in transparent, I keep saying transparency, that's not really the right word. I'm not hiding anything, but in the discussion of multiple ways to do things, when we do this, we are having a query run periodically. So every hour this is going to run, send me the map information and the histogram and all the data. Next hour it's going to run, send it to me again and again and again. The problem there is it's not an alert as I think of an alert. I think an alert as something happened or didn't happen, and as a result, I'm getting a notification. And that might be semantics on what an alert is. And if you don't like my definition of an alert, then this what I'm showing you is perfectly fine. But this is more of a scheduled search that's sending you the results. It has its place, it's quite valuable, but it's not a traditional alert. What I want to show you now, and this is stepping outside the lab, is more that traditional alert. And I need to write a lab for this. This is, but what I can do, and let's see, you should be able to as well, is go to manage data and go to monitors. And what I have in monitors are more traditional. Let me find one here. So here what I'm doing is creating an alert where I'm looking at a set of data like I'm doing for the other one. But here I'm saying based on certain criteria, alert me or notify me if it's met or not met. And so what I'm saying here is only show me if we have less than 10 Apache access messages in 5 minutes. If we have less than 10, I need to know that. I need to know that because that means the lab data is probably not working properly and I need to fix it. And so now this is letting me know, hey, something has happened or not happened. And as a result, go check it out. Versus the alert we just went through, which like I said, is more of a scheduled search of every hour it's going to send me this. So I wanted to show you both because they do both have their proper place. The portion that I showed just now is this monitors. And like I said, it's newer. I need to update the lab to show it in here because this is a better way to do alerts. But once again, two ways to do the same thing in Sumo. So I want to be to show you that. All right, let's see. All right, I think we're doing all right. So lab 7 is very easy. Getting help. Also probably very important as
Josh,
well. Oh yeah, go ahead, Matt.
could you just show them how to do just where those save options are again, just
Yeah,
one
yeah.
more time,
So
from a normal alert, not a monitor.
so in a query, and then the 3 dots, and then we should have save as. And
Okay,
then under
thank you.
okay, and then under save as, just to finish it, schedule the search, and then those time features. So.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem. All right, so lab 7 is about getting help. Help is important, of course, and so we just want to remind you, or maybe show you for the first time, just different ways to get help. So I don't know that we'll go through each one of these as a, I guess we can, but certainly release notes always helpful. Doc Hub is our documentation, and so under help are a variety of different options in here. Documentation, probably going to be the most common one, just because it's documentation. Our documentation is very good. I say that truthfully, coming from places that did not have good documentation. I worked at a giant search engine company out of California where, ironically, searching for stuff in the help documents was a nightmare, and they just didn't care. But Sumo's help is really good, and I'm going to prove it to you in a moment. So you might question, is it good, is it not? Well, I'll kind of, like I said, I'll prove it to you. What else in the help? The learn page. So I started to point this out earlier. In Sumo, off of the home page is the learn. And this gives you the ability to access things like labs, videos, cheat sheets. This cheat sheet, I'll show you just real fast, not real fast, this one is specifically a list of all the operators. So we've gone through one operator today, the count, I think, or parse is an operator as well. We've gone through a couple, but this is all of them. Once again, overkill for this class. We go through this in more detail in the search mastery class, but if you're curious, pretty helpful link. Labs, community is worth pointing out. Community, we have a traditional community, kind of like bulletin board post system where you can talk with both Sumos and non-Sumos. So the idea is, let's say you're ingesting some data and it's a unique format, and we could still help with this either way, but let's say it's really unique and you come to us and ask a question, and somebody else in the real world might be like, oh yeah, I'm in your same industry, different company, but this is how I ingested the data. You need to add a /s or something like that. And so it's a great way for people to collaborate. Let's see.
Josh?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
a couple of
please.
people are wanting to know how you can go and edit that scheduled search again.
Yes.
Turn it off and things. So 3 people have asked. I thought it might be a good idea to just go in and have a look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's do it. And no problem that we're, so let me go ahead and schedule mine. I don't think I ever actually did. Valid. When you save it,
Do last 15 minutes.
Yeah. It should show up on your personal folder or in your personal folder with this little icon, this little calendar icon. It's really subtle, or fairly subtle. So searches that you, queries that you save are 3 horizontal lines. Scheduled searches are the calendar. And then from there, you can choose to edit. So good question. And yeah.
That's also how you turn it off. You can just schedule it to not run ever.
Or just delete it as well. Yep.
Yeah. If you want to save it, you can still have it there, but not running.
Yes.
So you don't have to write it again. The other tip from the field is a lot of times you'll see that some people write alert as the title, so it's easier to distinguish between the little red calendar icon and the little red search icon.
And that's a great best practice. I haven't been really, my names have been pretty generic, but yeah, naming things, although, it takes an extra step, of course, to think of a good name, but it is worth it for you and others when they're viewing it. So yeah, take that extra moment to put a better name. All right, let's see. What were we doing? Oh, we're just going through the help. Yeah, that's primarily the highlights of the help. So let's go ahead and any questions? I think we're pretty good, Matt.
Yep, just one person asking how you got the visitor location tab back. So I think
Uh,
it was in the schedule, and then you wanted to know how you got back to the visitor tab. So it should just be up on the top.
yeah, yeah.
So it should still be there. If you have saved it, your search, it should be there in your menu bar at the time.
It,
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
no, I think we're going to the same thing. Yeah, and if it's not there, if you go back into started lab 6, it's on overview. Matt, maybe you can just help.
Yep, we'll do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to make sure we're talking the right thing. Okay, so otherwise, I think we're pretty good. So cool. Thanks for sticking through it. I know it's a lot of information. It is. It's a lot of information in a short period of time, and we know that. But you made it through, so that's a good sign. What I want to do talk about next is the exam. So I had mentioned that there's going to be an exam, and that's still true. And so what we're going to do is start to prepare to take that. And also talk about kind of the scheduling for the rest of the day. So let's do so. Whoa, so many different topics. Let's go ahead and let's start. Yeah, let's wrap things up and talk about the exam. So what we're going to do is take an exam. The exam's free for you, free for your organization, so no fees. It's going to be a 30-question exam, and you're going to have 60 minutes to take it. You're not going to need that much time. You will have it allocated. You're welcome to take that much time, but you just won't. It's not that long of an exam. You need a 75 to pass. Now, the open resource portion, I had mentioned earlier that I thought documentation was very important to me and probably to you, and I wanted to kind of prove it to you. And so this exam is an open resource exam in that it's an open documentation exam. It's an open lab exam. It's an open Google exam. Use resources that you have available to you. I'll tell you, and maybe I shouldn't, but I'll tell you anyhow, in the exam, every question or every answer can be found in the documentation. And that's intentional. It's not to make an easy exam, because we could make an easy exam without doing that. But what we want you to do is, one, take what you've learned and try to apply it, but you have those resources, and I think you should be able to utilize them. And so you will. If you don't want to, I guess you don't have to, but I'd encourage you to use those. So feel free to use documentation. For the exam itself, what I'm going to want you to do, and I guess start to do this right now, is I want you to log out of the training account, because when we take the exam, I want you to get credit for the exam. I don't want training 457. I want Bob or Bill or Jennifer. And so everybody on this call should have their own either personal or private or company Sumo account. If you don't, let us know, but everybody should. And I'm going to assume everybody does, but once again, if you don't, that's okay. We can work with those kind of edge cases. And so what we want you to do is log into Sumo using your corporate, personal, professional information. So please do that. And, while I'm talking through it, please go ahead and do that. So once you're logged in, and I'll show these steps a few times. So, if you didn't see it, if you need to know how to log out, which many of you probably don't know how to do because it's actually in a weird spot, but if you click on your user at the bottom left and then go to sign out, then you can sign in with your new account. You can also have two tabs. So if you do want, or two browsers, so if you want to do a Chrome and Safari thing, you don't really need to, but you could if you really wanted to.
Just also as another tip, whilst you're doing it, if you go into your preferences, you'll see that there's a timeout preference that's usually set to 15 minutes. I often put that up higher because I don't like, if I go off and have a conversation with somebody for 15 minutes, I don't want to keep having to log back in again. So putting it up to an hour might help. It's just one of those little extra tips for you.
Yeah, and there's actually a couple other good things in here. So this one right here, When you reopen Sumo, do you want the tabs from a previous session to be opened? By default, it's on, and probably you do, but you could turn them off. The other thing that's important in here, I mean, not to say that they're not, certainly date format could be, but this one here. When you're entering a query or editing a query, excuse me, when you hit enter, do you want the query to run? Or when you hit enter, do you want to create a new line? And conversely, whichever one you don't choose, we'll do alt enter, will do the opposite. And so if you want it, you can modify that, which I'd encourage you to do so, because some people just prefer different options. All right, so should be logged in, should extend your timeouts. Once you're logged in, at the very top, going to certification. So going to home and then going to certification. Once you're on the certification page, you're going to click Get Certified. When you do, it should take you to this screen. If it doesn't, I'm going to come back and grab those people in a second. So if it takes you back into Sumo or back to a query page or not to this screen, I'll show you how to handle that in just a moment. But assuming you are in here, that's good. That's exactly where you want to be. And so what you're in here, what this is the Sumo Logic training learn portal. It's going to have the credentials in here. So in the future, if you don't know what the monthly credentials are, this is where you can go to check. You can always just email us. We'll provide it to you. But here is self-service. Yeah, so if it takes you back to the Sumo home screen, I'll come back and grab you in a minute for that. But assuming you're in here, what you want to do is choose the course that you're interested in. And so today is fundamentals. And why is there not an exam? Let me hold on. We made a change here. Let me sorry, I forgot we did this. Let me log in. Just give me a moment here. We turned off the ability for the exams with those credentials that we just used with the analyst one. Sorry about that. So you go to home, you go to certification, you'll go to get certified. You'll still go to fundamentals, but then there should be something about an exam in there. There isn't. Do you guys have the ability to, I don't know why I'm missing it here. There should be courses and should have a few of them. You don't have the exam either. Does anybody have the exam? Oh, all right. Okay. No, good to know. Good to know. It's in here now. Okay. Okay, we've moved it. I apologize. I don't know. I didn't know this. So yeah, truly apologize. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Get Certified. So once in this environment, then go ahead and click Get Certified. And then in here, you have all the exams. And then we're going to choose the fundamentals exam. We have the exam in English, which I encourage you to take, but we do also have it in Spanish, Korean, and Japanese. Yeah, actually all three of those. So if those are native to you, I still might recommend the English one, but you're certainly welcome to take whatever language is appropriate. But you'll choose the fundamentals exam. You'll click before you start. It's going to give you the thing that basically I just told you about: 30 questions, 60 minutes, 75%, all that. And then you're going to start the exam. Now I'm just going to show you just two more things. For those of you that are still having loop back issues, I'll show you that. But what I want you to do is you'll start the exam when you're ready. You'll take the exam. You'll click next, and you'll get your score. Hopefully you'll get 100, maybe get 90, whatever you get. Once you get your score, it's important that you click the submit button, because if you don't, it doesn't actually get submitted and saved, which is a weird thing. It's not a Sumo thing. It's our test taking platform. But so it's important that you click submit there. So, all right. So let me show, I know there was a few questions about things, and maybe I need to show these steps again, so please ask, but let me show you, if you're what I want to show very quickly is, yeah, those edge cases, exactly. So if when you click certification, you get brought back to Sumo or not into the certification portal, this is what I want you to do. Go to the black bar, go to help, and then click on community. When you do click on community, what you should see, or what you should get, is an email verification. Once you get that email verification, click on the verification, and then you should be okay. It's an SSO thing. It's, once again, it's not a Sumo thing. It's annoying, but that's what's happening, is it's not picking up on the SSO, so you have to kind of re-authenticate, if you will. But that should work in almost all cases. Let's see, for this certificate, so once again, once you get logged in, and then go to get certified. So I apologize, I pointed people earlier to fundamentals. We want to go to the get certified icon. And then under get certified, we should have the fundamentals exam. All right, and so once you're ready to take the exam, please start. Although I'm going to talk just for another moment or two, so you might want to wait for me to shut up. Just want to talk about really just scheduling it for the rest of the day. So currently it is 4 p.m., which is, I'm guessing, 11 a.m. there, I think. Matt, keep me honest. Yes, it is. Very good. Thank you, Sandra.
So yeah, it's 11. It's just gone 11 a.m. in Australia Standard Time.
So, and Matt, keep me with the schedule. So I believe we're going to, from 11 to 12 is scheduled for the exam. So go ahead and do that. And if Barclay, I'll show you where that exam is again in a moment. And then I believe we set 12 to 1:30 for lunch. Is that
I
right?
will go and check on. It's on the chart.
Yeah, I think we have a long lunch break, which is fine. Just double check that real fast.
Yeah, Cassandra's put it up for us. Thanks,
Okay,
Cassandra.
okay. Okay, so 12:40.
So we are getting some people that are having the bounce back. They need to certify. They need to verify their email addresses.
Yep.
Can you show them how to do that?
Yeah. So do you see it on the screen?
Yep.
Cool. So what we wanted to do is we want to go to that, go to help on the black bar, and then go to community, and it should send an email. It might go to your spam, so certainly check that. Of course, it might take a few moments. It will come eventually. Yeah, it will get there. Check also, yeah, check all mail. Sometimes you might be blocking stuff from Sumo. Just if you get a lot, it's possible. So, but it should be in there somewhere. All right, good. Barclay found it. All right, so from a scheduling standpoint, yeah, we'll start the exam now, and then we'll get back together. You have a pretty good break, so please use it. Use it wisely. Grab a snack. I'll do that. Grab some lunch, and then we'll come back. So I'll hang out a little bit with Matt here for while you're starting the exam. Any questions, of course, feel free to ask as well. But outside of that, we'll talk again, later. Exam, yeah, good point in there by Matt. Exam can be retaken. So the exam, once again, it's free for you. You can take it as many times as you need. It also can be taken whenever you like. We'd encourage you to take it now because we've set up aside this time and you're focused. But certainly if life happens and you can't take the exam over the next hour and a half or whatever, that's fine. Take it whenever. So that's totally okay. Especially if you're having problems getting into your account, not a problem. Just take it whenever. All right, so like I said, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to probably just get another beverage. And then Matt will be here and we'll kind of rotate in and out, but otherwise we'll talk again later. And thank you for joining. As mentioned, if you did not sign up for the later session, just show up. It's the same invite, so you're welcome to attend. And then certainly tomorrow we'll be getting back together. So tomorrow we'll start with the Cloud SIM fundamentals, and then do Cloud SIM administration. So that's a pretty cool class too. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you, 3 more times, but if not, I won't take it personal. And best of luck on the exam. I did forget 2 more things. I apologize. Sorry, I keep doing this. Is the Uber Eats gift cards. Let me just remind you of this. Sorry. So once you're done with the exam and you pass the exam, go ahead and send that certification to training@sumologic.com, and we'll send you a $15 Uber Eats card. And as mentioned, you're doing 2 today, 2 tomorrow, so you can get 4 of them, which is fine. And so just, yeah, email those in and, let's get you some food. So I'll leave this up just as a reminder. And it is valid for all countries except India. That is true. Uber Eats isn't in India, so we need to find another partner there.
Josh,
Yes.
can you put on the redirection information again, please?
Yeah, I'll just leave that on. And yeah, absolutely.
For those people that are getting redirected, if you go into the help in your account, in your like company's account, go down into there. There's a community tab. Click on that, and it basically asks. It will send you an email, which you then have to go and verify in your email address. Once it's verified, you can come back in, refresh your page, and then you should be able to get into the certification button and click that, and it should just work from there. Hope that helps. I'll take a screenshot of this, people, if you want to have a look at it. And then, Josh, if you want to put it back to the Uber Eats, that would be great. Thank you. Josh, got one person who can't get into their company's account. Is there anything else we can do for them? Are you there? I think he's just taking a break.
everybody. We'll get started here in just about a minute or so. So thank you to everybody who has joined or is joining. And like I said, about a minute or two, we'll get started. Thanks. All right, so why don't we go ahead and get started? Yeah, so welcome back or welcome for the first time. I guess we'll do quick introductions again. My name is Josh Brothheim. I'm the training manager at Sumo Logic, and I'll be leading today's session. And with me, I have Matt Grid out there. Matt, hey.
Hi everyone, my name is Matt Gritt. I'm a senior solutions engineer here working for Sumo Logic. I'm based in Wellington, New Zealand. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
So I think we've met everybody before. I don't know if we have any new faces, but maybe we do. So certainly wanted to welcome everybody. If you joined us this morning, I'm in the US, so it's my evening. So, but for morning, your time, we went through the fundamentals. I hope you enjoyed it. I know it was a lot in a short amount of time, but hopefully you got a good understanding of Sumo. Hopefully you took that exam as well. I see a lot of you sent in for the Uber Eats, so that's great. I mean, that's what it's there for. So certainly, you'll get rewarded, and I'm glad to see everyone participated. So this afternoon, what we're going to be doing is cloud security monitoring and analytics. We're going to be building off of what we did this morning. If you didn't attend, that's perfectly fine. This is a class that's pretty heavy on search query, so which is good. I mean, not in a bad way, but that's what today's focus is. But let's go ahead and start to discuss really what the focus for the next 3 hours are. And so this class is broken out like the other one was, a 3-hour class, 2 hours of content, exams, stuff like that. Not exams, excuse me, labs, slides, discussion possibly. And then we've set aside an hour for the exam. So today we'll be together for the next 3 hours. I know the schedule says something different. Basically we'll be, let's see, so it's 1 o'clock now. We'll take a break probably about 2:30 or so, and then come back at 2:40 and then continue. Yeah, I think the schedule has a weird 45-minute missing break or something in there. So, but we'll be continuing. So, yeah, today's going to be very heavy on the labs as well. So this morning was pretty heavy, but this is more. I have a quick demo, and then we'll really dive in and start going. So, which I think you'll enjoy. As we did previously, Matt is here to assist with questions. So any questions, if you have the Qs, he has the As, so put them in the Q&A. The chat is also available for non-specific questions. Yeah, away we go, I think. Let's do it. So I'm going to start with a quick demo. Let's just, actually, let me Yeah, let me just do the quick demo first. So what I have here is a dashboard, and I showed you a dashboard earlier today, and I started off the actually the demo for fundamentals with the dashboard, and now using them again just to illustrate how useful they are. Now, this dashboard is focused around security. The one we used this morning was focused around the operations of Travelogic, and this is around the security of really our training environment. This is more of our demo environment, but essentially um, live data, if you will. And so what we have here are various dashboards that I or somebody in my organization have created and hopefully are useful for me, of course, and want to show what they look like. And what we're going to do after in the labs is actually recreate these, or not recreate all of them, but many of them, and others we'll use kind of as inspiration. But the first one is SSO and non-SSO login location. So we talked about this one earlier, not this specific query, but this map type. And so we saw the maps earlier. We're going to get more involved with the maps. They're a lot of fun to play with. But what we're seeing is where people or users or computers or however you kind of want to define those are logging in from. Now, as a security person, why is this information interesting to you? Or is it interesting to you, I guess? It depends, of course, but this can be quite helpful. This is showing our users logging in. Let's imagine this is showing our employees logging in, whoever. Let's say employees. Let's stick with that use case. Now, this is showing us employees have all over the world, might be great. We're a global company, and we'd expect to see people in the US. We'd expect to see people in EMEA. Certainly, we have. There's probably Matt right about there, Australia, so on and so forth. But we also see logins coming from China and from Russia. Oh, not in North Korea, but around there. Now, is that automatically a security red flag? Well, sort of, but it requires more investigation. Now, if somebody on our team or in our company is traveling to China legitimately and using VPN or non and traveling back and actually, intentionally there, and it's a legitimate connection, then that makes sense. But if we have nobody in China, we're not really doing any business with China, that might be suspicious. Same for just any other country, not to put China on the map, but certainly, even, let's use our neighbors to the north in Canada. If we're a US-based company, this is probably a little bit weird. If John on the team has gone up to, this Surrey area for a vacation and he's doing some work on the weekend, then that makes perfect sense. And so this is where the security information that we're going to discuss today needs to be taken with a grain of salt, but analyzed, considered. We're going to tell you what occurred, and then you need to decide, is it approved or not? Maybe you go to the individual's manager and see, is that person on travel or not? Is this legitimate? But so we're going to give you that insight. And so we'll play with this one later, the maps. I really just enjoy the maps. So we'll do that. Threat intel, this one right here. What this is showing us is 4 IP addresses. How many IP addresses over the last 60 minutes have been deemed of a high malicious confidence, meaning they're suspicious? Well, first off, here's our value. So this is interesting to know, but how is this calculated? Well, this is using not Sumo Logic data, but a company called CrowdStrike's data. CrowdStrike is another company really unrelated to us. We use their data, but basically they are experts in threat security investigations, seeing where threats start, seeing where they end, how they grow, what happens with them, all that kind of stuff. And so what we're doing here is giving you access to their data, and we'll talk about that in more detail when we get to the lab. But essentially, we can take IPs and other pieces of data and push them through or put them through CrowdStrike and see what comes out. What do they think of it? Is this highly concerning or not? And based on those decisions, you continue to make more decisions. So here, we see these 97 IP addresses. We could go look at them, and then we would need to decide: do we want to blacklist them? Do we want to follow them? Do we, whatever we want to do? Oh, Cassandra, that's funny. Some of her partner works at CrowdStrike. So yeah, great company. We've enjoyed working with them. Another one here, suspicious login distances. This we'll play with as well. This one gets You'll see it gets very nerdy, if you will. But what this is showing us is Damon here. Over the last 24 hours, Damon has logged in from the United States and Egypt, which are quite far apart from one another. Now, that's suspicious because unless he physically traveled there, which he may have, why is he doing this? Now, certainly he might just be using VPN access and sitting in his home in the United States, and that makes perfect sense. But if we go to Damon's manager and say, hey, we see Damon's logging in from Egypt. If she tells us, yeah, he just went to a trip, he's just landed in Cairo this morning, then that makes perfect sense. If she says, well, that's weird, he's on a camping trip and has no access to his computer, then that becomes a little concerning. And that's where, once again, we need to decide what to do with it. We can also automate what we do with it. We're not going to really go too deep into this, but we could set up alerts and monitors where these things get sent to us of letting us know, hey, this has happened. Do you want to do something with it? A couple more on here, but I think you're getting the gist of it. Here, we talked about this one this morning, firewall traffic volume, specifically with outlier. So what this is doing is detecting or looking at firewall traffic, determining what is normal using outlier. And we'll talk about outlier in more detail. I believe we do. I'm pretty sure we do. In fact, I'll make sure we do, even if we don't. It's worth going over. So it's determining what is normal and what isn't, and establishing a range for that, and then letting us know when we're outside that range. That's what that pink triangle is representing, the outlier, the point where it's not normal, essentially. And so this is a really, just a cool feature. But once again, we see in this case, a peak or unusual traffic volume. Does that mean it's a hacker trying to DDoS us or something like that? Maybe, maybe not. But this is where we would start to take this and continue to investigate. All right, let's go ahead and continue in here. So let's just log in. Let's do it. So once again, we're going to log into the system. Same credentials we used this morning. If you want to use the same exact ones again, actually might as well, but totally up to you. Really, just doesn't matter. So I'll give everybody a few moments to log in. If you haven't logged in with us before, so the email address is going to be training+analyst number, and we want you to pick a 3-digit number at random, so it doesn't matter. So everybody go ahead and log in. Once you get logged in, if you could go ahead and just type your number in, just more as a confirmation. If you need help, once again, Matt is here for you. Although I'm hoping we got kind of all the bugs out this morning, but either way, he's still there. So go ahead and log in, and let me do so as well. All right, so looks like everybody's starting to get logged in, which is great. What I'm going to paste in the chat is a link to the labs. So once you get that, go ahead and open it up. When you get that, it should take you to this page. So I'll go ahead and just kind of pause for a moment or two again. Should be logged in, should be on this page. The page is in the chat. Got a bunch of labs. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So I think we're all together. Yeah, looks like we're good. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. So what we have here are the labs, pretty straightforward. And then what we have here is on the front page here is showing, what I just showed you, and then showing some of the various ways to replicate it. And so what we're going to do is do that essentially. Here are the 8 labs. And what we're going to do is take some of the things we saw, some of the things we didn't, and show you how to use them. Yeah, so let's dive in here. So lab 1. Now for today, we're going to be using a few different sources of data. I don't think we go back to Apache data. Yeah, we don't, I believe. And so what we're going to do is use, like I said, different sources, but we're going to start with CloudTrail data. So this is AWS data. You may be familiar with it. You may not be. I'll talk about it. Yeah, certainly let's go ahead and start here. The other thing we're going to be doing here is, I should have mentioned or kind of led with this, is the dashboard that I showed earlier. We're going to essentially, I did mention that we're going to kind of replicate it and get inspired with it. But what we are going to do is when we get to at least lab 6 or lab 7 or so, we're going to have about 6 different dashboards that 6 different panels within a dashboard that we've created. And what we'd encourage you to do is take that dashboard with you and actually introduce it into your system, export it and import it back into Sumo. And so what you can do is you can utilize that dashboard, modify the source categories, and see what's happening. And so we'll talk about that in more detail as we get to it, but you do have the opportunity to kind of walk away with something here today. All right, so let's start with lab 1. So what we want to do in lab 1 is, as it says, monitoring user activity. I think we know why monitoring user activity is helpful, but certainly if not, it kind of tells us we want to know what they're doing in the environment. So what we want to do is we want to create this query that's going to take our AWS data and show us the top 10 AWS activities with user information. So in this lab, we're going to go ahead and take that source of data, modify it, do some parsing, although we'll talk about parsing as we get to it in just a few seconds, and then ultimately create a chart that shows us who and what activities have been occurring in the top 10 most frequently over the period of time, which we'll be using the last 24 hours. So for this exercise, I'm going to just grab the query first, copy it, jump back into Sumo, and do a new log search. And we'll be doing new log search a lot today. Once I'm in there, I'm going to paste my query, and I'm going to start to talk about my query. Now I'm going to use 2 slashes a lot today. Those represent comments. Those are turning off those lines. When I run this query, it's as if it's only this first line exists. The system's going to ignore these next 3. And what I'm going to do through discussions is start to turn them on, and then they'll take effect. And I find it's a good teaching mechanism. It's also a good way to just kind of troubleshoot, make sure you have everything typed properly. And we'll talk about some query tips as well throughout today. So what I want to do is first just run the data for the last 24 hours and introduce the data. Here's the data. But what I meant by introduce it is, so this is CloudTrail data. This is AWS data. Now, this data shows up similarly to the way we saw this morning, but differently as well. Similarly in the fact that we see the histogram, we see the message, we see the time, but the message looks different. If you remember the Apache Access messages, they're all one long line. These messages are structured differently, and that's because they are different. They're in a format that's called JSON. And what JSON allows us or you to do, and JSON's not a Sumo thing, it's a international standard thing. It allows the data to be parsed together or put together automatically where it has these fields and these values. So remember this morning, we went through the process of looking and defining a field for status code and size by highlighting and right-clicking and then using stars and commas. Well, this data is already formatted for us in a nice format. The system knows what an IP address is. I don't have to use that parsing language to figure it out. The system knows here's a source IP address and here's a value for it. And so I could go ahead and just say, show me all the source IPs or things like that. Now, what we are going to do here is we are going to introduce parsing a little bit, but not a little bit, I guess a different version of parsing. What I'm doing on the second line is I'm saying, take this field, user identity, and username. It should show up in there. I don't know why it doesn't. It's somewhere there. And parse it out as a field called actor. And click enter. Now what's going to happen is I am now going to have a field called anchor. A field called actor, and I have Ankit here as one of my actors, one of my users. Here's another user, and so now I'm starting to parse out, pull that information, and display it down below. There's a question about the red squiggly marks. What this is this is not Sumo related, actually. This is my browser using grammar. So it's I think Grammarly is saying this grammar is incorrect because it's not English grammar, it's Sumo language. So yeah, it's not Sumo thing. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. And I really like Grammarly, but that's the one thing is annoying. I probably should turn it off for future presentations. But a very good question. And so what I'm doing here now is I'm going to continue with that. I'm going to now create a new field, or not a new field, but I'm just going to modify this field. So in this case, the field is called event type. Well, you know what? I don't want to call it event type. I want to call it event underscore type. And so I can do so. Now I have a field called event underscore type with those different values. Last one here, source IP address. Here's the source IP address. Here's the value. But you know what? I don't want to call it source IP address. I want to call it src underscore IP for source IP. And that's what the as is doing. Very simply just renaming. And so now I have all these different fields. Now what I'm going to do, or will shortly do, is start to compile these and take, these are the different event types or different actions that were taken. And so now we're starting to see Mike made an AWS API call from this IP address. Now, once again, from a security standpoint, if at this time Mike is on vacation or normally should be sleeping or what have you, this becomes quite weird. If Mike has set up an AWS API call to run every 5 minutes, then that makes perfect sense. And so once again, what the system's showing us. All right, let's go back to the lab. And what are we doing with the lab? Oh, what we're showing here is just the fact that you can parse like we did earlier. So what you can do, I don't really know why we're showing it. It's really kind of overkill. But we can go ahead if we want to parse this event name. We should just get the event name. And so then we can say, we can call it event. As event name or whatever we want. So that's what we're just showing there, is that you can parse still using the UI, which if you can avoid using the UI, which you can in most cases, I'd encourage you to do so. All right. So we should now have these 5 lines of code. Now what we want to do is we want to start to create a filter. So what we're going to do is we're going to add this line. And this line says where event type matches event type, underscore event type. So it's equal. Where event underscore type matches event underscore type. Now, why did we put a line that's, like I said, pretty much identical? What we're going to do is we're going to start to turn this into a parameter, or into a portion where you can filter. Basically a filter, I guess, is really what it will turn into. And so then we will be able to apply a specific event type that we want to match. So let me go ahead and dig a little bit deeper into the lab, because that explanation was a little weird. What we're going to do is we're going to highlight the second event type. Now, when we highlight it, you'll notice in this portion right here of the screen, there's nothing there. When I highlight it, I should have this box, or really just text that says create a parameter. And so that's what I want to get. And I want to click on that once I get that. When I click on that, you may have noticed it now changes that text to parameter 1. And what I'm going to now start to do is describe parameter 1. The only real modification here is I'm just going to change parameter 1 really back to event type. So I'm going to do event type. And like that. And then I'm going to click save. When I do, you should notice on the right-hand side of the screen is now a parameter for event type. And what I can now start to do is filter on event type right here. So if I want to filter on the AWS API call event types, I could, of course, go into the query and modify it. But what I can also do is start to just modify it right there. Where this becomes more helpful is as I do this, I can create an interface that non-security people can use. In that, I can display this, we'll look at it a little bit later, but I can hide the query and enter a parameter here and still interact with this query and not have to even understand the query behind the scenes. I just know I type my event type and I see how many matches I get. And so this becomes kind of a pretty cool, helpful feature. We're going to be using these filters a lot through today. The next 6 labs, we're going to do these steps many times. The idea being is once we have these replicated, when we go put them in a dashboard, we can make one master change at the top of the dashboard that's going to impact 6 different panels, which is pretty neat. So let's continue here. So the next portion here, we're going to put where actor matches. Actually, once again, I'm just going to grab the 4 queries, 4 lines here, sorry. And let me talk about why I'm doing it. So the line, there we go. So the first line here, where actor matches actor with the squiggly lines, is replicating the filter we created above. Different filter, but the same process. Once again, 2 different ways to do the same exact thing in Sumo. I'm going to go ahead and in the actor, I'm going to want to make sure I put a star or a wild card because I don't want to filter by a specific actor at this point. In fact, I'm going to do that for event type as well. I want to look at all event types and all actors. We're not to kind of the filtering steps yet. All right, so but now I do have my data. So I have my actors, my event types, source IPs. And now what I can do is start to put this together and start to see who was doing what most frequently. I'm going to count all my data. So I'm going to take all my data and I'm going to aggregate it. When I hit start here, since I'm doing that count, I'm doing math, I'm going to get that new tab called aggregates. And what I have in here are now aggregated data. I now see the actor, what they did, really what type of thing they did, what the name of that thing is, the event that they did or caused, and how many times they did it over the last 24 hours. Now this is good, but this is a long list. This is 10 pages, 25, so 250 line items. I want to just find the top 10. What I'm doing on this next line here is filtering by the top 10. Top is an operator. I want to find the top X, the top 5, the top, in this case, the top 10. Do I want to find the top 10 IP addresses? No, I want to find the top 10 actors, the top 10 users by event type and by that count as well. Now what I'm presented with is the user or the actor, the event type, and then the count. What I can do here is then transpose that data like we looked at earlier, and now just in a different way to format it. And now I can see over the past 24 hours, here are my most common users and what they're doing in the system. Now, once again, if Siraj is out on vacation, that's concerning. If he set up a process to automate something doing console sign-ins while he's away, then that makes perfect sense. And so this is where, once again, we kind of put on our detective hat and decide. All right, this lab is a long one, but a lot of good information in here. What we're going to do now is take this information and put it in a chart. This might be a great way to express the data, but maybe a bar chart is better. That's up to you to decide. But in this case, we're going to say it is better just to go through the exercise. We have the ability to click on the settings icon and modify different things in here. So for example, we can change the properties and modify color schemes. We can change the legend and move it around, things like that. Might seem minor, but for some people, they are a pretty major consideration. And then let's see. Oh, next portion of this. Yeah, wow, this lab goes deep. So I guess before I continue on to step 11, just want to make sure we're all together. So we should have a lot of stuff we did. We grabbed the AWS CloudTrail data. We formatted it to give us names that we prefer. We created a parameter, created a filter manually and more automatically. We took our data and counted it and then filtered it by the top 10 and then transposed it to modify the format of it. We made a chart out of it. We turned that chart red, and that should be where we're at. So yeah, certainly any questions, please ask, but otherwise we'll keep going here. Yeah, cool. Thank you, Cassandra. So let's keep going here. What we want to do next is we want to use a lookup file. We're going to use a few different types of lookup files today, or not different types, I guess it's okay to say. In this case, we're going to use a shared lookup table. So what we have is somebody, let's say myself, has created a table of different event types. So as we just saw in the query, there's two different event types. There's console sign-in, there's AWS API call. But imagine I don't know that. What I want is to be able to pick them from here. And so that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to point the picker to the lookup file. So I'm going to go through these steps and just go through them. So I'm going to go to the event type. And I'm going to go to the three dots and I'm going to choose manage parameter settings. When I do, I should get this interface. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to set values for parameters. This is the portion where the lookup is going to occur. And I'm going to select lookup. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the lookup, the destination, destination. I'm just going to copy it right here. So it's /shared/event types, _ event types. And so I'm going to paste it right about there. One last modification is I'm just going to, where it has the field for values, I'm going to select event _ type. So basically I'm saying, look at this lookup table, match the event types that are in that table, bring them over here and let me use them. So when I click save, I should see my lookups by going to event type and just deleting what's there. And now in the dropdown, it shows me those two event types that are in that lookup table. Now, if somebody was to take that lookup table and update it to have 3 different types, they would show up in here quite quickly after. Really, the next time you go to use it, it's going to look up every time. All right, I'm going to put it back to star just for now. Let's see, anything else we need to do in there? Now we're going to finally save this panel to a dashboard. So what we're going to do is we're going to, like we did earlier, add to dashboard. So we're going to go to the far right. We're going to go add to dashboard. We're going to give this panel a name. So this name, top 10 user activity, is sufficient. And I'm going to give my dashboard a name. So I'm going to call it SOC for SOC _ JB for my initials. And then do create new dashboard. And I am going to do the old format. So go ahead and turn that off and then go ahead and click add. And then if everything went correctly, you should have your dashboard with one panel in here. And we'll talk about, look, I see there's a question about lookups. We'll talk about them in a little bit later. We'll go through them in just more detail. So more to come on that. Okay, so we should now, if we go back to the lab, have our dashboard here. The last thing we want to do, actually, we don't need to do anything else here. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we're good here. Let's see, I'm just looking at the chat. Sorry, I know Matt has it. All right, so that's that. We have a little quiz here. We can go through the quiz. Yeah, let's do the quiz questions. So the quiz question, first one, JSON field equals raw source IP address as source IP. Does it extract the source IP address and all subsequent values as appearing in the incoming log messages? So that's true. It's a weird question. The wording of it's kind of verbose. True or false? Double curly brackets enclosing a variable label are used to create parameters. That's going to be true. That's what we did up here somewhere. Yeah, there. Those little curly brackets. Probably a more technical name for them, but I don't think there is. And then quiz number 3, I use the settings icon in the message tab to change the color of the bar graph. So no, but it's a little misleading, not misleading, but so I did it within the settings here within the aggregates. So aggregates is where we're going to see the result of math. It's also where we're going to see visual outputs of that, dashboards, charts, other things like that. All right, on to lab number 2. Now lab number 2 is going to be geolocation. So as I described, I like this lab. And so what we're doing here is taking IP addresses and looking them up, and we'll talk about that as we get further along, how that works. But that's what this lab is doing. So ultimately, we're going to create a map of users' logins. So let's begin. The first chunk of this is going to be very similar to what we did earlier. I'm going to grab, I'll go through it line by line. We have time. So I'm going to grab, I'll grab the query in step 2. Do a new log search. I guess I'll do last 24 hours, not guess, I will. And then I have my fields here. So once again, I'm taking these fields that exist and giving them names that I prefer. That's really all it's doing. Now, what we want to do here is we want to add those filters and parameters that we were using earlier. And so what we can do here is we can go ahead and grab these 2 lines here. What we're saying with these lines is only show us in the results where the actor is empty with a not sign in front of it, or a exclamation point representing not. So basically what we're saying is only show us those results that have results. If the result does not have an actor, where the actor is empty, don't show it to me. So we're starting to filter out what we want to come back. We're then going to go ahead and put in event type and actor matches with the curly brackets. To put those filters back into place, those parameters that we did earlier. And so we should be pretty similar to where we were earlier, where we have 2 event types, two parameters rather, excuse me. And we've specified those fields that we want to define, and then we're specifying those parameters. And then the new portion is defining that those need to have data. They can't be empty. All right. Now here comes the portion that's actually important here, is this line here. And the start of discussion of lookups. So let me go ahead and grab it and let's start to talk about what's going on here. What we're doing here on this last line is we're utilizing a lookup table. Now, we already showed you how to utilize a lookup table for the pull downs, but this is different. This lookup table is hosted geographic data. So this data is hosted geographic data. This data is not CrowdStrike data. I mentioned CrowdStrike and their security data, threat intelligence data. This data is geographic data and is created or developed by a company called Newstar, who are very good at what they do, a very good organization. And so what we're doing is we're giving you the ability to utilize their data. What we're going to do is take our IP addresses and ask them essentially through a lookup table, more or less, but ask them where this person actually is. And so what they do is they look at geographic locations, look at where individuals are, and ultimately when you go to your local website to get your sports and your weather and advertisements that are specifically for your location, it's using this technology. Not blaming them for geolocation ads, but it is that technology. And so what we're doing is we're using that technology and using the query to find out information about these IP addresses. And that's what this last line is doing. This last line reads easier if I go from right to left. So a bit untraditional, but let's read it right to left and see what's happening, what we're about to do. What we're about to do is take our source IP, our IP address. We're going to take our IP address and compare it to the IP addresses that exist in the geolocation lookup table. So not that exist under shared / event types, but exist at geo ... / location, this specific address. From that lookup table, we're not going to extract event types like we did earlier. We're going to extract geographic information. Here is some of the geographic information we can grab. This is not all of it, but this is the stuff we need. We can grab the latitude, the longitude, the country name, the city, the region. And now when I click start, what's going to happen is the system's going to look at this IP, look at it in the geolocation lookup table, and then retrieve the information that is in there. And so let's see what that looks like. So what I now get is for the IP address, I get all that information. I get the city, I get the country, I get the latitude and longitude, the region. I also have results that might not have data, and that's okay. I'm not saying don't include those in those results. The system is only going to be able to look up IPs that are considered public. And so here I see United States, all over the place, Canada, Spain, so on and so forth. So this is a lookup table. For anybody who's interested in lookup tables, here is a link to our documentation, pretty thorough. But we are going to do another exercise with lookup tables. I just want to confirm we are. Yeah, I think we do one somewhere over here. So we'll even go a little bit further into the lookup tables. So we are now pulling this geographic data. Now what we can do is we can start to use it and look at it. What we're going to do here is we're going to add one more line here. We're going to add this count line. And this line it's really kind of overkill. There's a lot of probably more info than we need on it, but I'm going to grab it anyhow. What this line is going to do is aggregate our data. So once again, take that count, that aggregation, that math, and show us the results of it. Now, once I have the results, what I need is the latitude and longitude, and I have those in my results here. So here's my latitude and here's my longitude. Once I have those two pieces of information, I should have a map icon show up in my panel options. Once I do, if I click on it, very simply, I should now have a map. And what I now have is a worldwide map of over the last 24 hours where all my people or users or however you kind of define a login are occurring or where they're from. These maps are dynamic. The maps are actually map box maps, but in that you can zoom in. So here we see, kind of whatever, Australia is kind of split up, but we can really start to dig in here and see, see the breakout of where users are coming from and get, pretty close to street level. And certainly, once again, this can help us with a security event. If we are, once again, we see somebody in, I don't know, any of these, in Egypt, I used that earlier. Once again, where they are in Egypt might be relevant. If they're in Giza, that might make perfect sense. We might have an office there. But if they're coming out of, down here where nobody is, that might be, suspicious. And so that's where this is, I feel like it's illustrative enough if everybody kind of gets a map. It's pretty clear. And once again, where it can just sit on a dashboard screen, as we're about to do, and somebody walking by can see, oh, this is where people are logging in from, good or bad or what have you. That's what it's showing. The numbers are the red here. These are not significant. The colors, rather, excuse me, are not significant of security threats or anything like that. They're purely counts. So if I remember correctly, anything below 15 is a green. Kind of scales, and then yellow is mid, and then red is more than 500. So that's what's just happening here. All right. Now what we're going to do is, once again, take that and add it to our dashboard. So we're going to add to dashboard. We're going to give it a name. And then we're going to find that dashboard that we created earlier. And add it. You're going to get this warning about the filter already existing. And this is good. I mean, this is confirmation that the filter does exist. So we're just going to click Add Panel here. And now we have 2 panels. Now what we can start to do here is start to use these filters. So now if I wanted to look at just, let's see, just Mike. I now see here are Mike's activities from the graph standpoint, and here is where he is accessing things around the world. Now, once again, if he's using VPNs as he should, this makes perfect sense. If he's on vacation, this is, quite concerning. So, all right.
Josh.
Yes.
Just one thing. A lot of people are coming in, and when they're saving it, they're creating a dashboard. Need to make sure that they create it in the old dashboard style, not the new dashboard style, because the new dashboard style has a different way of dealing parameters. That's why people are getting errors. Just want to call out, can you just show how to save it in the old dashboard style one more time?
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll go to Add Dashboard. I'm going to create, I'll just, call it whatever, calling it whatever. And then here's the toggle. So you want to actually turn that off or to white. Yep. And yeah, Matt explained perfectly why we need to modify that. The new dashboards are great. Just the way they handle parameters is different, among a few other things. And then you would just click Add. So, all right. Okay, let's see, where were we in this lab? So I think we just about finished it up. Yeah. And then the quiz we can go through. So the lookup, does that use CrowdStrike data to provide latitude and longitude, true or false? So this is going to be false. This is actually new star data. So CrowdStrike is the threat intelligence data. I can display a map without aggregating data. That's also false. So you do need to aggregate that data. That's that big step that takes it and counts it. Once it's counted, yeah.
Could you go back and show how you created the map?
So yeah, so that's actually, let's see the map. So, and this is actually the step we're talking about right now. So here we have the map the lookup table with our data. Once we have our data, we can count it, and specifically we want to make sure that we're counting latitude and longitude. Once we do that, we're probably on this screen. And what we want to do is we now should have this map icon not grayed out, although it's a darker gray, but it should be available. And so by clicking on the map, it should just throw it in the map. So, and that's the requirement, the latitude and longitude make this map happen. If you don't have those two pieces of information, you can't do a map. All right, and then I can use add panel to add to an existing dashboard. We didn't really talk about this, so let's just kind of look at it. And so you can use the add panel though just for text. You can't add in another dashboard. If I want to add another dashboard in here, then I have to do it the way I've been doing previously. All right, so I hope we're all together. I think we're good. Okay.
The new dashboard and old dashboards is causing some problem for people. If you've saved it, if you've created a new dashboard, you'll get errors with the way the parameters work, and the map will also have errors. What you need to do is you need to go into those searches, those search panels again, and save them to a old dashboard style. That way, because we're using the old dashboard styles, they will work. The new dashboards are not working with the way that the system works. I've also noticed that some of you say that you don't have a slider option when saving them. I think that might be something similar. Josh, could you go in and edit one of the panels? I think this is to do, yeah, so when you're editing them, you'll see that there's an update dashboard, and then next to it is add to dashboard. Now that's in the old system. In the new system, I'm not sure if they're there or not yet. But basically, if you're doing that and you want to save it again, you can add it to a new dashboard and make sure that new dashboard is the old style. Can you click onto add to dashboard, Josh? Yeah, and then you just have to pick you'll have to pick a new dashboard, and it says create a new dashboard. Click on that. You should have that slider, create in dashboard UI. So if it's not there, I'll check it out and find out why it's not there, but it should be there. Okay, thanks, Josh. That's great. Okay, they're working now. Thanks.
Cool. All right, so cool. I think we're all good. Yeah, the wording certainly is confusing. Yeah. Okay, so then yeah, on to lab number 3. So lab number 3 is going to have us looking at the number of failed login attempts. And so yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Certainly, why do we want to look at failed login attempts? Well, that might be helpful to see. Does a failed login mean that it's a malicious hacker trying to force their way into your system? It could. And so that's what we want to start to look at. So the first, really the first whole chunk of this is pretty repetitive. So let's see, in step 3, we can grab all the CloudTrail data again. So just going to paste that in. Once again, pulling what I need. It's pretty much the same data as last time. The one thing that I'm pulling that is a little bit different is this line here. This is the console login, the result of the login. So when Ankit logged in, was he successful or not? And so that's what I want to, or may want to use soon, and I probably will. All right, so let me go back to just pulling, let me do this portion in step 7. Same idea as what we did earlier in that we're using the is empties again. So we're saying we want to make sure we only include results that have results. We're saying here, use the result of is equal to failure. In this case, I don't care about successful logins. That's not what this thing is about. This is about failed logins. So I'm going to go ahead and create a filter right here. Now, as we've seen, we could go ahead and create a filter using the parameters and making it so that it shows up on the right hand side of the screen, but we're choosing not to here for whatever reason. I don't know why we're not. I don't know why we don't there. It seems like a good place to, but regardless, we are. So we are going to go ahead and say, just show us where it's a just a failure, excuse me, and just those that are AWS console sign-ins. It's going to take a while. I don't know. I should have done last 24 hours. Yeah, that's what it wants us to do. I don't know why it's still going. But we can continue with the next lines of the query. In the next lines, we're going to use time slice. So, and that's why it's taking so long right now, actually, because I'm telling the system, look at all this data over the last 24 hours. Show me each login that failed. But what I really, not what I really want to do, but what I can do is say, you know what, show it to me by groups of hours. Show me from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. how many people couldn't log in. Show me from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. And so that might be helpful to me. If I told you that somebody couldn't log in 10 times yesterday, it might be interesting to know, was it 10 times spread out through 10 different times in the day, 10 different hours, or were they all 10 logins at the same hour, the same 5 minutes? That might be, like I said, interesting. So we're going to take our data and we're going to time slice it by 1 hour, and then we're going to count the results using our time slice and those other fields. So now I start to see here some groupings. So what this is saying is at 11 to 12 o'clock, Ankit failed to log in twice. From 8 to 9 a.m., Kevin couldn't log in 3 times. Now, once again, that doesn't necessarily mean Kevin is a malicious brute force hacker, but maybe it does. With these numbers, it doesn't, but it could. Now, we do just have a lot of different numbers here. We have for each hour period when somebody did something, but I want to aggregate that, or not aggregate it further, but filter that on the top 10. Just show me the top 10 users and what they were doing. And so now I see, and it's still loading here. It's going to take just a moment. But as it's starting to wrap up here, now I'm starting to see that Kevin did this twice. And Kevin also failed to log in from 7 to 8 p.m. as well. And so it's starting to present this information to me. Let's go back to the lab. Yeah, that's really all for this lab. So the idea that we wanted to show you is bringing back that time slice, and then going ahead and once again just adding it to a dashboard. This was failed logins. And so, and remember, if you're putting into the dashboard, you want to use that new dashboard. Probably the most recent dashboard that worked for you might be that classic style, but I think you know what I mean. And then go ahead and click add, and then we should see it appear in there. Oh, where is it? Here it is. And now it shows in. Cool. Let's see. The little quiz here. Adding a wildcard in the parameter window means it will filter out everything. True or false? So that's going to be false. It's actually going to include everything. So, but it is a filter, so the wording is a little tricky. Intentionally so, it's a quiz. Time slice groups my incoming logs into chunks of time. That's true. I don't like the incoming logs because it's not formatted differently. It's at the time of the query. So it's not impacting incoming, but it is grouping them into chunks of time. So that part is true. And then the following code where exclamation point is empty actor filters out logs that do not have an actor. And so that's true. It's going to drop any logs that do not, or not drop, it's going to, once again, it's not going to interrupt the data set itself. It's just going to not include them in the search. So it will, yeah, filter them out. So, all right, cool. Let's see, time-wise, we're doing pretty good. Let's do another lab. Lab number 4. So I had mentioned brute force attacks earlier. This is actually the ability to start to monitor them. The data is not going to be as illustrative as it could be here, but we'll still use it as an example. So what we want to look for are brute force attacks. And so what brute force attacks are when somebody goes to a login and tries many different passwords repetitively. So is it password 111? No. Is it password 112, 113, and keeps doing it over a sequence of time. And so why that, or how that can be detected, is by looking for a high number of failed login attempts within a period of time. And so that's what this query is going to have us do, is take our CloudTrail data that we've been looking at those failed login attempts and starting to see over time how many have occurred. Now, we're also going to look at successful login attempts here, because we want to look at fails and successes, and we'll talk about that as we get into it. But let's go ahead and jump in. In step 3, as I've been doing, I'm just going to grab the query and copy it in. And do a new window, new query or new log search. So new log search, paste it in, run it just to verify that it's working properly. Last 24 hours to stay consistent. And now I'm going to add the additional portions. Once again, I'm going to use the event type and actor matches, creating those parameters, essentially those filters. Going to need to put those stars in, those wildcards, to include all sets of data. And should now have a bunch of data. All right, let's see, anything else? All right, now we'll start to get into the new heavy lifting portion, which is going to be step 7. So I'm going to grab all of step 7 and paste it in, and once again, line by line it. So in this case, what we're doing is we're doing the time slice. So we're doing that time slice of 1 hour for the same reason. Once again, I want to take my data and look at it through a lens of 5-minute chunks, or in this case, 1 hour chunks. Now, what I'm going to do here is, this is new for you at least, and let me show it to you. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new column called success count. We're actually going to create 2 columns, a success count column and a failure count column, but let's do one at a time. We're going to create a success count column. What the system is going to do is look at the result. Remember, we have results of successes and fails. And it's going to see or find, let me do this, sorry, I didn't aggregated the data too soon. I didn't need to show it already. There we go. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this data as is, and we're going to create a new column called success count. And based on if the result is a success or a failure, let me see if I have any failures in here. There should be some. It's going to tally a 1 or a 0, basically a true, false, a binary type thing. So let me show you, because that was a bit confusing here. Here, when I click enter, I now have that new column called success count. And based on if the result is a success, I'm going to have a 1. And if the result is a failure, I'm going to just flip it around. Let's see. Let me just do that again. It just wasn't, I was being impatient. So success, count 1. If I have a failure, why it's being so slow? It's really me being impatient because I'm doing the last 24 hours and trying to rush it along. But what I can have, if it was a result of a failure, I would have a 0. Now, what I'm going to do on the next line is basically the same thing, but I'm going to create a new count called failure underscore count. And now I'm going to have a 1 in either column. So if the result is a success, I'm going to have a success count 1 and a failure count 0. If I have a failure, I'm going to have a failure count 1 and a success count 0. What that's going to allow me to do is aggregate those, add those up, take every log message and tally it as one or the other. And that's what I'm doing right here. What I'm doing here is saying, take all those successes and add them up. Take all those fails and add them up, but do it by time slice, by actor, and by event type. And what the result gives me is for my time slice, for my 1 hour period, a ratio, or starting to get to a ratio of successful logins versus fails. So here from 11 to 12, Jay Schmo successfully logged in 9 times and failed to log in 0. Perfect. He logged in successfully every time. Now, once again, this isn't taking into account that Jay Schmo might be on vacation, or that's not this lab. This is, he logged in successfully each time. From 6 to 7 a.m., he logged in successfully every time. Here we see Siraj. He failed to log in once out of 16 times, or out of 17 times technically. Now, is that concerning? Maybe, maybe not. And that's where the data is going to kind of show us those attempts that are occurring or failing more frequently, those that have a lot of fails and very few successes. So we're going to continue with the lab, and we're going to add this line in here. This line is serving 2 purposes. Oh, it's 2 lines. The first line, and actually we can do them line by line. The first line is saying, only show me failures that are greater than 0. If somebody successfully logged in during a 1 hour period, I don't care about that for this lab and this discussion. I'm looking for brute force attacks. I'm looking for a bunch of failed logins. So don't show me where there are 0 failed logins. I need to see at least 1. Then what we're doing here is we're creating a percentage, not really correctly here. I should rewrite this. But basically, we're trying to create a failure percentage. The idea being, this person failed to log in 6% of the time. This person failed to log in 2% of the time. The higher percentage is more indicative of a brute force attack. Now, once again, 1 out of 3 attempts, or 1 out of 4 attempts of a failure is probably not statistically that significant. These values would be kind of more interesting if they were 10x, but they are starting to show those different, that different ratio. Yeah, and then once again, we're going to take this and add to a dashboard. This was brute force. Was sock JPEG. and then I'm going to just add panel. All right, let's see. Let's do the quiz. There should be a quiz. Yep. So let's see. The underscore raw refers to the raw data in the incoming logs. In this example, JSON field equals raw. Oh, I'm not going to read the whole thing. As event type. I think that's true. I would mark it as true. Number two, if result matches failure count, then return a 1 to failure in this example. Is this true or false? So what's going to happen if there's a failure? What result will be returned, a 1 or a 0? And so it will be a 1. Since it is a failure and matches failure, it's going to return a 1 as true for a failure count. And then number three, when you use time slice 1H, you're grouping the incoming logs into 1-hour groups for the purpose of analyzing data over time. I don't like the wording on that question either, but it's essentially true. That's what time slice is, to group those into 1-hour buckets. Just don't like the word use of incoming in there. Okay, so I think we're good. Let's see, time-wise, let's do one more. Let's do one more. This is quite a one to wrap up with, but this is a good one. It's helpful, but it's very, very deep. But let's take a look at it. This is detecting a land speed violation. Now, earlier I showed you the example of the suspicious logins where we looked at Damon, and we saw Damon had logged in from the United States and Egypt over a 24-hour period. And this is the system was found that suspicious because they're very far apart from one another. What we're going to do is we're going to take that and make that a lot more complex for a good reason, but it is going to be more complex. What we're going to do is we're going to start to take geographic locations into account of how far apart they are and how quickly we can travel to them to get to them. Because, for example, if somebody logs in during a 24-hour period from Egypt and the US, is that weird? Yes or no? Maybe, maybe not. If somebody does that in a 24-hour period, weird. But if somebody does that in a 1-hour period, well, that's not possible. They can't log in from those two places in 1 hour. You can't travel that fast across the world. And so that's what this calculation is going to account for. Where the two logins occurred, what time those logins occurred, how far apart those two locations are on a globe. The globe is round. We'll talk about that because that adds a whole fun thing to this. And how fast you would have to travel to get to those two locations. When I worked at Google, we used to call this the Superman problem. That somebody logs in from one location, they log in from another, unless they were Superman and could, physically be Superman and travel that fast between two locations, there was something wrong. Now, once again, VPNs throw this all out of whack. I guess technically space travel now starts to some degree as well, but that's what we're going to show you here. So this is going to get very in the weeds in how we figure out geographic locations and times and kilometer distances. So it does get really involved there. And so you don't need to know every detail of it. We'll go through it, but it's really more the whole of what it's doing. So let's dive in. So this flow chart is essentially what we're about to do. So what we have here is, and I'll go through this, but these are the steps we're going to perform in the query. We're going to select our source category. So what set of data do we want to look at? We're going to parse out the user and the IP address. Who is logging in? Where are they logging in from? And that's what that IP address is going to help us with. We're going to filter out null IP addresses. So we only want to include those IP addresses that are valid. We're going to then create the start of when a user logs in. So we're going to have the system define essentially a 0 time, a start time, and look at those other times after that. We're going to filter out single logins. If somebody logs in once, that's not what this is about. This is seeing somebody log in twice and then other things. So one login just isn't relevant here. We're going to, and this is where it gets kind of wacky, we're going to convert our IP addresses into a decimal format, and then we're going to convert them back. It's just a formatting thing, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to then do the geo lookup for each IP address. So for each IP address, remember, we're going to have multiple IP addresses because we're filtering out single logins. We're going to find the location using that geolocation lookup. Once we have those two locations, then we want to calculate the distance between those locations. Now, this is where another part where it gets in the weeds. You can't just use a ruler to map these. The world is a globe and sphere. And so there's a thing called a Haversine formula that takes into account the spherical shape of the world and allows you to start to analyze kind of as the crow flies. Then we're going to continue and we're going to calculate the speed that a user would have needed to travel that distance. So if it shows up as US and Egypt in an hour, how fast would they have to have traveled for that to have happened? It might be 1,000 kilometers, but how fast? We're going to filter logins that come from the same IP address. We probably should have done that previously, but we're going to do that. And then what we're going to do is specify the impossible speed. What speed is it impossible to go over currently due to technology? And we'll use 500 kilometers for that, which is close enough. And then we're going to format it for presentation. So take all this just data and clean it up. So this lab that's what this is doing. So strap in here. So the first portion in step 2 is grabbing our data and using the JSON to identify some of those fields. So once again, lab CloudTrail, and then this portion is pretty straightforward. I'll do last 24 hours. All right. Now what I'm going to do here is grab the portion for the filter for the actor. So what this is doing, well, this portion is doing a lot as well, is I'm grabbing that filter of user. I'm looking for only public IPs, and is public IP is a operator. I wouldn't really be an operator, but a feature. And so what I'm saying is only look for the IPs that are public, because if it's not a public IP, I can't do anything with it for geographic data. I'm then going to go ahead and start to take my message times and set a minimum. And basically what I'm starting to do here is starting that stopwatch of this is when the first login occurred. This is when the second login occurred. How far apart were they? So once I have all this in with a star, I should get data back. And so what I'm getting is here's Siraj. Here are the IPs he logged in from. And here are the times specified in epoch time. I believe that's what it's called. But these are all equal to a real time. Now let's keep going here. As mentioned, only choosing public IP addresses. And the results should look pretty much what I just showed you. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to take the IP address and convert it into a number. So we're going to take our IP address using IPv4 to number and convert it into a decimal. And we're going to do it for each user. And we're going to go ahead and look for previous logins. So we're going to take these times, and now we're starting to group them for those login times. The data is going to look kind of messy, but we're starting to get what we need. So we're starting to see the login time, the IP that they logged in from, and the previous login. Now we're going to take those IPs and convert them we just put them in decimals. We're going to convert them back to IPs. And what this is going to give us is each octet And the octet is the portion in between the dot. So here we have our IP address, and here we have it broken out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use the geo lookup operator. And in this case, we're going to look up two different IPs. We're going to look at the IP, and then we're going to look at the previous IP. Once I run this, now I should start to see for each line where users are logging in from. So what I'm starting to see here is in line 7, Siraj is logged in from Indonesia and Switzerland. Now, we don't know necessarily what times he did that yet, how far apart they are. We're still kind of getting into that, but we're starting to get into that. So this is what the data is showing now. For each login, when it occurred, when the previous login occurred, how the location, and then the geographic location of those two places. Now we need to use the Haversine formula. Indonesia and Switzerland, they're like, once again, the globe. And so I can't just do a straight line. And so what we're going to do is use that here. This is not something I expect you to do every day. Or maybe you do, but yeah, probably not. But it's a good example. So what we're doing is we're taking the latitude and longitude and both sets, the first set and the second set, using the Haversine formula, using that globe and world, and calculating the distance in kilometers between the two. And now we're starting to see that Siraj logged in from Brazil and the United States, which is 8,000 kilometers from each other. Now, we haven't taken into account time yet, because that could happen. He certainly could board a plane in the morning and fly to Brazil and do some work in the evening in a 24-hour period. That's of course possible, I think. And so assuming direct flights, I guess. And so, but now we want to take that further. Now we want to start to add that time in and start to say, okay, is this possible? Is it not? And that's what we're doing right here. What we're calculating, and it says it in the comment, is the speed a user would have to travel in order for this to happen. So imagine this is possible. How fast would they need to travel? Now, what we're starting to see here is for this Brazil and United States connection, somebody would have had to travel 15 trillion kilometers per hour. Now, that's not possible, I think. And so once again, this is starting to say something might not be quite right about this. But let's continue, because we still have some more filtering we're going to do here. Filtering, I guess is the way to say it. Because we're going to add our suspicious speed. We're going to say that if you're traveling below 500 kilometers an hour, that's certainly possible. You certainly could via plane or not car, but that is feasible. It could happen. If it's above that, though, that's suspicious. Now, once again, maybe it could happen with supersonic jets and Bezos traveling to the moon or whatever, but it's not realistic, of course. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use that as a value. So we're saying here 500 as suspicious speed. And so essentially we're going to say where apparent speed is greater than 500. And what this is going to now do is rule out anything that was existing in there, that was feasible. And now we're left with only those things that are not possible. Now we're going to really just format it. And as it says, format for presentation in the comment, even that's what it's doing. So we're going to concat. We're going to use the IP. We're going to use concat, take the IPs and break them up or display them in this way. We're going to display the countries. We're going to display the fields. we're only going to show where there's a user. If this occurred without a user, we're going to leave that out. And then we're going to specify where the apparent velocity is. It has to be not equal to infinity. Infinity, well, one where it's just wouldn't really happen, I guess. And so what we're left with now are these that remain suspicious. Now, once again, VPN could potentially explain this right away, but what we're seeing is during this time period, Kevin could not have done this. Now, if these two IP addresses had occurred 24 hours within each other, 23 hours, that's possible. But the time distance, the time with these two points was too close. All right, so I know that's a lot for a lab. It's quite a verbose one, but it's some good stuff in there. Now, once again, we're going to take this and save it. So add the dashboard. Travel. And then once again, that dashboard, the most recent one you've been using. All right, so let's do the Q&A, not the Q&A, excuse me, the true and false in here. Geo lookup receives an IP address and returns location, true or false? That's true. It does have to be a public IP address, but that's not what this is stating. The Haversine formula was used to convert octets to decimals. So that's not true, but we use the backshift for that, I believe. I know we used 2int for that. Actually, we used kind of both. We did use backshift, but that's not what that was for. The reason we used the Haversine formula, that was for the portion with the map, the globe, excuse me, just the roundness of it, all that. And here, well, it doesn't go too deep into it, but some additional information. And then the last quiz question, land speed violation allows you to detect suspicious user activity. I certainly think that's true. It also might be, there once again, it might be justifiable, not suspicious user activity, suspicious activity that's showing up that is justifiable, but it's certainly a good indication to see those. All right, let's go ahead and take our break now. Yeah, let's do like we did earlier. So we'll do another 10-minute break. Time-wise, we're still pretty good. I'm going to get a beverage, get a snack. Any questions, we'll answer or leave them in the chat. And yeah, we'll come back and finish up the second half. So thanks, everyone. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you had a good little break there. We're gonna continue here. So we just finished with lab 5. So lab 6 is a good place to start. So with lab 6, there we go. What we're going to be going over is some more lookup information. So we talked about lookup tables a little bit already. We're going to talk about them, not too much more, a little bit more here, specifically how to create one, which I think is going to be pretty useful. So in regards to lookup tables already, we talked about the event type, the shared one we looked at earlier. We looked at and the geolookup data. CrowdStrike we haven't looked at yet. We will. That's lab number 8, but we're not quite there yet. So in lab number 6, what we're going to do is we're going to create our own lookup table. And so let's go through the steps. As I've been doing, I'm going to grab all the steps and go through them line by line. They're pretty straightforward, but doesn't really mean much. We still need to go through them. And yeah, so going to go through line by line. What I want to do with this lookup table, the one that I want to create, is I want to create a lookup table with a list of values, specifically with a list of users. So as I have my information up here, I can go to the filter and I can type in a value. Sorry. I can type in a value. The problem is it's not a automated lookup or fill-in. I need to know the value that I want to enter. What I want to do is I want the system to provide me a list of values based on criteria that I'm about to specify. So in the first line, I'm saying grab all the CloudTrail data. And then in the second line, I'm doing, as I've done a few times, grab that actor field, that user field. In this case, I want a list of all the users. I don't care what they were doing, if they logged in successfully or not. I just want users, just a list of them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my results that are showing the raw log message and the actor, and I'm going to count by actor, count by user. It's going to give me the aggregates tab, and it's now going to show me the list of users and the count. The count I don't care about. I did that just to get this field, these results, this aggregation information, but ultimately I don't care about the count. I don't care that Ankit logged in once or 96 times. I just want to know he logged in. That's what I'm doing on this next line here. What I'm doing here is I'm saying take the fields and remove the count field, -_count. Just remove that field. When I do, I'm going to get exactly what I requested. Just the list of the users that have logged in over the last 15 minutes. Now is where I'm going to create this and turn it into a lookup file. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say save. I can save it to a shared location, or I don't have to. Totally up to you. And now I'm going to specify that I want to save it to this location. I'm just going to copy this just so I remember it. And now I'm going to run this last line. When I do, it should give me a prompt here letting me know or telling me that I'm about to run something. The wording isn't exactly matching what we're doing. I mean, it is, but we're just going to click run here. And now what should have happened is I should now have that file, a file rather, saved for me that has a list of these users. Now in lab number or step number 3, let's verify that. To verify that, what we can do is go to a new query and we can type cat, CAT for catalog, space, that location that we just created. And when I click enter, fingers crossed, I should get a list of those 12 users, and I do. And you, if you go to this location, and I'll paste it in if you want to, you should be able to see the same list as well since I shared it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use that new list that we created to go ahead and I'm sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Let's see. So what we're going to do now is utilize that lookup file to go ahead and look up our list of users, our list of actors, rather than us having to specify. So, and you can call the file whatever you'd like. It doesn't, the shared portion I would put in there just so it is shared, but it doesn't have to be. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to go kind of as it says, go into the dashboard and open any of the 5 queries. So we're going to go in the dashboard. We're going to open one of the 5 queries in search. So that's this little icon right there. And now I'm going to just essentially follow the steps here. I'm going to go to the actor. I'm going to go to manage parameter settings. And I'm going to choose set value for parameter. I'm going to select lookup. And now I'm going to specify that lookup location without the cat. I do need to specify the field for values. Basically, I want to look at this lookup table and look for the actors in that table. And that should be all I need to change, is those 2. When I click save, it should work. And what I should see now is when I go to my actor field, I should have a pull down of those 12 individuals. And now I could say, just show me OnKit or what have you. Now, as it mentions, ideally, we should go through to each lab and repeat these steps. I'm not going to, just because I'm lazy, but ideally we would, if so that we would then be able to use that one lookup table. We could also then change that lookup table. So in the future, if we want to update that, we could update it and it's still going to be pointing to the same one. All right, so that's a good overview of lookup tables within Sumo. We're still going to use this CrowdStrike data, so we still have another lookup table coming up. So let's do the quiz here. So to display a lookup, I use the command CP. That's not true. I use the cat command, CAT. That's false. Search parameters allow me to pivot quickly to any metadata values. True. Based on if you're using a lookup table, you might have to know the metadata values versus them being provided to you, but it is true. I use the save operator to create a lookup table, and that was true. So that's what we did up here. That's what this save does. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's good with lab 6. Lab 7, I'm going to kind of gloss over. I'm going to open it. I'll describe it, but I'm not really going to go through it. I can, of course. What this is all about, though, is taking this dashboard that we just created in the training environment and exporting it and importing it back into your own Sumo environment. And so certainly you can take these dashboards and do so, especially if you have CloudTrail data. If you're using AWS and you have CloudTrail data, basically what you're doing, and these were what this step is telling you, you can take the dashboard and export it into JSON, and then go into the JSON and using a text editor, edit the text so that it doesn't say source category equals labs AWS CloudTrail. It says source category equals wherever your CloudTrail data is. Then adding the lookup tables, so basically recreating the lookup tables, and then importing it back into your personal or corporate Sumo account. So I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to really go through it. I'd encourage you to do so. It's a great thing we just went through, but yeah, feel free to do it if you'd like. Let's see, the quizzes here. Export outputs JSON format.
Josh,
Oh, yes.
sorry to interrupt. Could you go back to showing how they saved their actors list? It's
Oh,
on
yes,
Lab 6. It's just go over how it was the saving. I think a few people are having some issues.
absolutely. So let me just, yeah, kind of redo this, but not a problem. So, yeah, just to go line by line, or let me, yeah. So once again, the set of data, the formatting here to modify the field to the actor. So specifying what field we want to use, and then counting by the actor. So taking that user and looking for all those users and adding them up, tallying them. We're using this line. We don't have to use this line, but we're using it to remove the count column because we don't care about it. We don't care how many times somebody logged in. Now, the next line, this is where the excitement happens. This is where we're going to do what we need to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to use save. Save as an operator. And in this case, it creates a lookup table, or creates essentially a lookup table. And then we're going to specify a location. This location does not need to be this format. So here we have it telling you to use your initials, number underscore AWS. If you want to just call this shared slash, I'd like you to keep something so I can kind of recognize it, but list 1, 2, 3, that's fine. If you don't have to kind of bother with all the rest. Once you have that, then you would just hit enter. Assuming you have the save configured properly, I guess. I don't know why this wouldn't really show up, but we're going to select run on this screen. Once it runs, it should just return us back to where we were. And now we should be able to take this save wherever it is, go to a new window and do CAT and paste that in. And that should show us that lookup table. Yeah, looks like yeah, no, Matt's helping me there. Why I won't save? Yeah, I'll let
Carry
Matt.
on, Josh.
Yeah,
I'll with this with you.
please do. Thank you, Matt. Okay, so that's lab 6. Then lab 7 was that exporting. Like I said, I'm not going to do it just to save us all a little bit of time. But I am going to jump into lab 8. So I know Matt's helping, but let's start with lab 8. It's an important one. It's also it's a weirdly formatted lab, but that's not that confusing, I guess. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use threat intelligence to, I mean, for many reasons, of course, but in this case, to avoid costly data breaches. So what we have here is now the ability to use this CrowdStrike data. So let's go ahead and start to look at this. Now, the first portion here is, I don't know why we show this first portion here, but we do, so I'm going to show it. What we're showing here is a scheduled view running. We talked about scheduled searches earlier, but this is a scheduled views. This is different. What a scheduled view allows us to do, or allows the system to do, is run this query consistently in the background. Essentially, this query is going to run every minute, and every minute new results are going to be saved, and the previous minute's results are going to be overwritten. Next minute, same thing, and repetitively. Where this is helpful, and this is more of an administration helpful, it's not really helpful at our level of what we're discussing today, is the fact that this query can continue to run, because otherwise I might run this query, and as I'm going to find out in a few moments, it's going to take a while to run. But what we're going to do here is we're going to go into manage data. So we're going to go into Sumo, into the black bar, and go to logs, sorry, spaced out for a second. Go to logs and go to scheduled views. And what we're looking for is the scheduled view that's called IP_threats, which is right here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this query out.
I could also click on this little icon right here. In fact, I should. That's really the proper way to handle this. But I'm going to also copy it just in case. So click query. And I'll go ahead and paste that into the chat as well. Might as well. Now, this is the query we're about to use, but it's already kind of set up for us, but we're still going to go through the portions of it. So the schedule view, yeah, it's just a weird spot that we put this in to show it to you. But let's go through what we are showing you, what this does, and why it's cool. And then we're going to use outlier. So I was correct that we do end up with outlier again. So let's just take a look at this. So what we're doing here is we're looking at all the data. So as we did earlier, we're using that wildcard and saying, show us all the data. Don't just show us Apache data, or just don't show us everything. From all that data, what I want to do is I want to use regex. We haven't really talked about regular expressions. We're not going to, but they're fully supported in Sumo Logic. What they are is another way to parse data. We looked at a few different ways of parsing already with JSON and with the parse UI this morning. This is another way. What this is doing is saying it's a pattern and matching system. It's not as unique to Sumo Logic. We don't want credit for it or blame. But what we're going to go ahead and do, or what the system's going to do, is it's going to look for number.number.number.number. When it finds that sequence, it's going to call that or classify that as an IP underscore address. So I'm telling the system, look for IP addresses. And so that's what this is doing. Now here, I'm saying don't include IP addresses that have an IP address of 0.0.0.0 or 127.0.0.0.1. Basically, leave those two IP addresses out because those aren't real. Well, they are real IP addresses, but not real in security terms, kind of. So we're just not going to include those. Now what we're doing here, this is really the important portion. This is where we're doing the lookup table. So earlier, remember, we looked up latitude and longitude, a country and region, and yeah, I think that was it. Here, we're going to look up threat intelligence information. Once again, this reads easier going from right to left. So what I'm doing is I'm taking my IP address over here, and I'm comparing the IP address to the threat on Sumo :/threat/CS. So this is the location for the lookup table for threat intelligence data. The geographic was geo://location. This is, well, you see it right there. And now we're saying from that set of data, if you find our IP address, don't bring, once again, latitude and longitude, bring back type, actor, raw, threat level. And for threat level, I'm going to call this malicious confidence, because I want to. Then that's a good enough reason. I just want to rename that. And then the rest is really just kind of fill in the blanks. It's formatting, but it's really fill in the blanks. So what we're left with here is the fact that, and we are doing time slices, so I should have mentioned that, 1 minute time slices. But basically what I see here is essentially from 8:15 to 8:16, this IP address has a high malicious confidence. CrowdStrike thinks this is malicious. It's been associated with these kill chains, which are bad things. This IP address is showing up in these two source categories, or really this source category. Now, once again, is that malicious actor? Yes or no, maybe, maybe not, but we're starting to see that. Here's a, let's just see another, I don't know, they're all fine examples. Here's one. So in our guard duty data, we're actually seeing an actor called Number Panda, which is not a good thing, even though they usually have cute names, being displayed here. Now, what do we do with this data? Once again, this is where we kind of need to decide. And we're going to actually show you one thing you can do it with the outlier in a moment, but this is where you need to decide. But this is showing you, potentially bad things that are occurring. Do you blacklist this IP address? Do you follow this user around and see what they're doing? What different actions do you take? Also, you could set up alerts here. Now, we're not using them, but you could set up an alert to say, let me know when there's a high malicious confidence. Now, that would probably be a lot of alerts. So you want to create better alerts, but you can do that. So this data is great. CrowdStrike data. It's quite expensive if you were to buy it on your own. We give it to you for free. So yay us, I guess, but it's really just a great set. So I'd encourage you to utilize it as in similar manners that we have today. Now, we'd still have to finish this lab. There's just a little bit more here. The portion that's more here is the outlier portion. What I want to do is I want the system to start to decide for me when certain things are happening too frequently or not enough. And what I'm going to do here, let me see what this, I'm just trying to remember if this works properly. It should. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add these 3 lines. The first line here is basically removing a whole bunch of the rest of the lines. I don't care about the IP address here. I don't care about malicious confidence. What I really want to see, I don't want to give all of it away yet. What I really, let's change that too. Get a little more data. Let's, here. What I really wanted to see is for a 1-minute time period, how many detections occurred in CrowdStrike. And I'm just letting it kind of finish up. It's still chugging, but it should be just about done. I'm doing 1-minute time slices. That's probably, let me do 1 hour. Let me do 30-minute time slices. And now what I'm going to do is count by those time slices. So what I'm now left with is, wait, why did that work? 30. Let me see if this works. It should. Yeah, it's a lot of data. That's why we were showing the scheduled view, but it's working here. Let me do, let's see. I'm going to do last hour, and I'm going to do 5-minute, 15-minute time slices. Yeah, that 24 hours is just always going to be a little slow. And that's just much more data than I need here. So there we go. So what I'm looking at are 15-minute windows over the past hour. It's still, I guess that's why we show you the scheduled view, is to use that method, and it would be a little faster. It'll be a lot faster. Yeah, it's finishing up. So yes, all right, let's this should work. It might not be enough data is the only thing I'm concerned about. In fact, it's not enough. All right, last time, let me just do 5 minutes here. But what I'm doing now is I'm starting to group these into time buckets. So how many CrowdStrike observations essentially did we have in a 15-minute period? Now, if I tell you that we had 122, and it's still loading, but let's kind of imagine we can't see all these numbers. But if I tell you that there have been 100 detections or 1,000 detections in a 15-minute or a 5-minute period, is that a lot or a little? Well, you don't really know. You need to compare it to other values. What we want these outlier operators to do is start to take these values and compare them for us and tell us when we're having a spike or a decrease or just uniformity. So this is still calculating, but I can go ahead and implement my outlier now. What I'm doing is I'm going to go ahead and use the outlier operator. The outlier operator is going to take this value and this value and this value and start to compare it and use previous data points. That's what this window is going to represent. Use standard deviation. That's what this threshold is going to represent, and start to show us when it's anomalous or not. So I'm going to go ahead and click search again. And come on. what I'm starting to see here is my count. So what actually occurred. And based on math and a bunch of different, just math and calculations, what is considered normal and what isn't. So it's starting to tell me that in this 5-minute range, here we go, there, just loaded a bunch of them. Let's see, do we have any that are going to be good to look at? Let me just do this. I'm changing this just to get better data. All right. Sorry, this is a little bumpy. It's a cool feature, and we're not doing it justice right now. I just want to let this finish for once. Okay, so as we're starting to see here, it's looking at the count. It's determining a lower and an upper, what it considers to be normal. When it's within that range, that's going to be considered good. When it's outside that range, it's going to, I don't know if good or bad, it really, those are the adjectives I'm going to use to describe it. So here, for example, the actual is 4,100. The system is determining an acceptable range of alerts during that 5-minute window is 3,800 to 4,500. I'm rounding a little bit. That's within the range, so that's considered good or normal or acceptable. Here, the range is based on math. It modifies a little bit. It's 3,995 to 4,448. The actual is 3,990, which is actually under 995. And so that's considered unusual or odd. The system modifies the range again. Now it's a little more narrow. This value is outside the range, and so that's considered abnormal. Now, when I take this data and click on the line chart, it's going to be illustrated much better for me. It'd be much better if I had more data, but this is good enough. What I'm starting to see here is the blue line representing the amount of incidents or the amount of CrowdStrike reports I had for that 5-minute window. I see this blue cloud that I hope you do see. Sometimes it's hard to see for some reason, representing the upper and lower threshold limits. And then I see the pink triangles representing the fact that these are outlier. These are 3 times where we had an unexpected amount of notifications. Now it's showing me here, this one below. This is saying we had less CrowdStrike observations or finds in a 5-minute window. We had less than expected. Now that's probably a good thing, but it's letting us know that that is an anomaly, that it is outside of the range that was expected. With the direction up here, we have the ability to start to say, do we want to look above and below this threshold? If we want to only look when it's above the threshold, we can remove the minus sign, rerun the data, and we're going to lose that one on the very bottom. It's just a little slow. I believe we also have another training class going on right now. So I think in Japan. So we might be conflicting with them, or I might have my time zones completely wrong. So, but what we're seeing now here are, like I said, just the 2 points. Now let's go back into here. Let's take a look at this. So this outlier, like I said, I don't feel like I'm doing it justice, but what it is, it's really going to be a great way for you to have the system determine what is normal and what isn't. We could very easily create a rule that says, show me if I have more than more than 5,000 counts in a 5-minute window. Very easy to create an alert that says that. The problem with that is it's not dynamic. If my traffic grows 10x and these numbers are in the 40,000, that 5,000 value it's going to be alerting me too frequently. With this, it can grow with you. And so based on as traffic grows or doesn't grow, the numbers will adjust as appropriate. So just a really nice feature. Yeah, it's a good one. All right. Let's see here. Do we have quiz? Yeah. Let's see. Quiz. You check all incoming public IP addresses. for possible malicious intent using our embedded CrowdStrike. That's true. Although it doesn't have to be incoming, it can be all IP addresses. I guess I'm really honed in on this word incoming today. When using the outlier command, if you set the threshold equals 3, that sets the standard deviation. So I didn't talk about those. Let me talk about them real fast. These are the values that I was referring to: the window, the threshold, the consecutive, and the direction. The threshold is how many standard deviations do you want to utilize, and it gets very mathy in here. Yeah, if you remember standard deviations, you're probably in better shape than I am from high school or college even. But that's what it's starting to use. If you picture a bell curve, it's starting to figure out what's at the end of that bell, what's normal, and that kind of thing. It's using the window to decide how many previous data points do we want to use to calculate the mean and the sigma for that bell curve and length of time and all that. So yeah, if you want to use outlier, which I really encourage you to utilize, you know, this help article is great. Let's see, where was oh, and then this data, oh, we didn't really talk about this. Data doesn't account against ingestion when using pre-aggregated scheduled views. That is false, but we don't really talk about scheduled views much, so it really doesn't matter. I don't think it shows up on the exam at all. And they don't count against your data ingest. So. All right, so a little bumpy at the end, but I think we got through it. So certainly any questions, you know, go ahead and ask. And Matt's been pretty on top of them. I think we're pretty clear. And so what we're going to do now is, like we did earlier, now we're going to start to take the next exam. So basically same rules as earlier, just all around. In regards to, let me just get here. So once again, you're going to go to the assessment portion of the screen. I'll show you how to get there if you haven't gotten there before. If you have, you're welcome to start really whenever you want. But we're going to get into the exam. You're going to want to take that exam as yourself, not as the training user. So everybody on this call should have their own account. Most likely got that resolved this morning, but if we didn't, you know, of course, let us know. We can go into that. For the exam, let me show you where to go if you want to just start it already. So once again, we'll go to certification, get certified. It should take you to the portal. If it's not, we'll address that. But once again, that should be resolved from this morning. And then we're going to go down to get certified. And we should see in here, here it is, cloud security monitoring and analytics exam. So we want to look for this icon. Click on it. And then same as before, register for free, start it, read the guidelines, and then take the exam. Let's see, what else? Really, like I said, same rules as earlier. It's open book, open resource, open documentation, less questions than earlier. So I guess that's good. Need a 70 to pass, which I guess that's better as well. Still have as many times to take it as you want, and all that. If anybody needs help getting logged in, if they're getting looped back, this is the solution. But I feel like we probably took care of that this morning. So I'm going to kind of skip this slide for right now and just take it back to the Uber Eats. Probably use this to wrap up. So thank you for attending today. I know it was a lot of information in a short period of time, especially 2 classes. But you made it through, so congrats on that. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Cloud Sim. Tomorrow's going to be different. It's going to be the security Cloud Sim interface, which is very different than Sumo, so you'll get a chance to utilize that. It's a cool interface. It's a lot of fun, or as fun as a security analytics interface can be. But hopefully you can come for that. And we'll do the same kind of schedule, morning, afternoon, 2 hours break, take the exam, that kind of thing. So let's start the exam. Of course, any questions, go ahead and ask. Matt and I will be hanging out for a little bit. As a reminder, send in for that Uber Eats. So by the end of today, you should be done with 2 exams. That's two credits for you. So please take advantage of it. Other than that, like I said, I'll put myself on mute. I'll kind of shut up. But thank you again for attending. Hope you found this helpful, and hope to see you tomorrow as well. Let's see, just a quick question. What is the next scheduled day 2 if you're not available on the 18th? Oof. That's a great question, Catherine. Let me show you something that will help you with that. What I'm going to paste into the chat is a link. It's going to be a very helpful link to you and to everybody, not just Catherine. What this link has is for all of our classes that we offer, it has the labs for them, the slides for them, and most of these we don't use slides, but we do have them, so you're welcome to look at them, of course, and then a webinar recording. And so what you can do is you can basically do a cert jam on your own. This is different than self-paced. This is just a recording of a previous cert jam, but might be exactly what you need. So if you couldn't attend today, or you want somebody else to suffer through what you went through, you can send them this cloud security webinar recording. It's not today's session, it's a recent one, but close enough. But certainly for tomorrow, if you can't join us for the Cloud SIM Fundamentals certification, here's the recordings. And I just because I'm not sure when we're going to come back. Yeah, somebody brought up the Sumo Logic Learn training site. That's really the best place to see when we're coming back to you, although it's not updated. But we will at some point. So yeah, thank you, Ken. You're ahead of Matt on that one even. Cool. So just wanted to show that as just a way for you to see some of the content that you might not be able to participate in. All right. Yeah, cool. I think we're good for now. So once again, I'll put myself on mute. Thank you again. And yeah, I'll talk to y'all soon. Of course, once you're done with the exam, feel free to disconnect. No reason to stay connected till the end. If you want to, I guess you can, but just go ahead and disconnect, and then we'll use that. There should be a new link for tomorrow, and we'll see you all then. So thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. Hope everyone's doing well in the exam. I just posted a list of the answers for the true and false quiz question. So somebody had asked about them. So here are the answers. Like I said, some of the questions I don't agree with a little bit of the wording, but hopefully that's helpful. So thank you, everybody, and best of luck. Thanks.
All right, everybody, it's the time is just about up. So I want to thank everybody for attending today. Hopefully you found it helpful. Hopefully you're good with the exam. If not, you've have time to finish, but we're just going to end the Zoom call. So hope to see everybody tomorrow, and looking forward to another great session. So thank you again. If there's any questions about anything, training@sumologic.com, just send it there and we'll take care of it. So thank you again, and have a good rest of your day. Bye.